Can we please have for the
Deputy
EFF
Chairperson, note the objection of the EFF.
noted? Freedom Front Plus. Yes, it's on.
Freedom
Noted.
Front is against.
Objection noted. D&D. Who's speaking of the two of you?
Chairperson, as you can see, the DA is united in opposing. Thank you.
What are the DA saying? You are not objecting. You are objecting. Let's hear it. Speak English or Afrikaans to me. We take note of the objections. Lon, ek en jy is nog kwai vriende, so los my uit. All those in favor say yes. All those against say no. The yes have it. I now put vote for. Vote for corporate governance and traditional affairs. Any objections? Yes, EFF. Sorry, Mami.
EFF objects.
Thank you, DA. Thank you. Freedom Front Plus.
Chair, the Freedom Front Plus objects.
We take note of the objections of the parties. There is no demand for a division. So all the DA,
It's for a division.
the DA calls for a division. Smith, which party? Which party do you belong to?
I say supported.
I haven't asked you. So I don't know why you are doing it. Yes, Mikalakis. Eh?
Chairperson, again, my apologies, and tell me if I'm wrong, but again, you request a division after a vote has been taken. You have
Not at
requested
all.
if there was a division
Not at
before
all.
the vote was
Not
taken.
at all.
Just
I haven't
clarity on that.
requested for a division. I said there is no demand for a division. That is what I said. So if there is no demand for a division, we continue. Because parties must indicate whether they want the house to be divided.
Well, we need to get the opportunity to indicate that, and if we're not given the opportunity, we can't indicate that, Chairperson. So
You
we
must
call for a
indicate.
division, please.
I am making sure that I work according to the rules that we have agreed on. So if there is a call for a division, members, can we quickly divide the house? All of you know how we do it usually. Members, you said division. You didn't say you want to make noise. Order in the house. Waarom is jy so mooi aangetrek? Ja. Landsman, hlala phansi. Dula phansi. Members, honorable members, the way you are moving is too slow. Please don't waste our time here. Don't waste our time here. There has been a call for a division. We would like to caution members that during division, no debate would be allowed. The question,
Chair, on a point of order, please.
and listen. I'm listening.
Sorry?
I'm listening.
Chairperson, I just want to refer to Rule 65. Because I think 6 months ago, we questioned this, and I just want to refresh all our minds. Rule 65(1) says, after a question has been put and the officer presiding has indicated whether the ayes or the nays have it, any member may demand a division. Therefore, I didn't demand a division. You said there was no demand for a division. But you first have to put the ayes and the yays, and then we divide. Thank you.
Didn't I? It's fine. We are going to. The problem is no one went to university to be a member of this thing, of the legislature. So let's continue. Thank you. There was a call for a division. The House have been divided. Now we are back here. Let's continue. There is a very new rule book here on the table. We are using it. Let's continue. Now, honorable members, we shall now proceed to the voting. And the voting is on, is it vote for? Yes. Those who vote in favor, and remember it's manual voting, we will be voting by show of hands. I would like to request honorable members to vote by raising their hands. Those who vote in favor, raise your hands. Finished. Have you finished counting? Honorable members, allow the table to count you. If you finished counting? Not yet. Oh, I finished counting long ago. $36. No debate during the voting or the division.
Can you also request the whips to assist in?
At 36. Is it not 36? Is it what you get? That's okay. Who did I count that you haven't counted? Can we, those who vote against? TB? TB? Are you voting? Ryder, are you voting? Are you assisting as the... Yes, miskien het ek die minister bygetel. So, okay. Those that are abstaining, are you abstaining, Honorable Arnolds? No, it's fine. That's why battles are there. There must be a winner and there must be a loser. That's why we are on the battlefield. So the members who voted in favor is 35 and those against is 19. The vote is agreed to. I now put vote 5. Any sorry, Honorable Kluter. Honorable Kluter. You are raising on?
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to point of order, at which stage are we allowed to do declarations? Because
Not in
we
this
have
one.
indicated, the parties have indicated that we want to do declarations.
Let me consult the table. May we continue? May we continue? The problem that I'm having here is that every time you have seen in all the ways that we are voting, there is always a difference. So, according to the guide, they have not necessarily provided for a declaration of vote. Honorable Dutui, unless you want to preside here, but allow me to speak, to finish speaking. Now, what I'm ruling, and what we are going to do, we are going to request, we divide the House, firstly. Then we request for the votes, and then after the votes, you can make a declaration. I'm ruling.
I'm raising a point of order. Chairperson, with all due respect, the rules of this House has not been amended, and even if you as the chairperson can rule, you cannot rule without the rules of the House. Rule 63 says, when a question to be decided by the votes of individual members has been fully put, the officer presiding on the request may allow each political party in a speech not exceeding 3 minutes by a council member belonging to that party to state the reasons why the party is in favour or against the question. We have to declare before the vote, because you have to say why you're voting the way you're voting.
Honorable Labuschagne, just tell me, this was a report, the report was tabled. Ne? And after the report, it became now the voting on each one of the votes. Even myself, I was asking me, because it was not in the guide, I was asking myself, shouldn't, after the report, there be declarations of vote? If there was declarations of vote, must we now have declarations after each and every vote? Is it what you are saying? Is it what you would prefer?
And the report as a report in its own.
You may sit, let me just get the... It's your guide. Honourable members, we are proceeding. We are proceeding. We are proceeding. We are proceeding. I now put vote 5. Vote 5 is Home Affairs. Any objections? DA object? Freedom Front?
Point of order.
What is the order now? What is the order now? We are proceeding, and that is my ruling. So what is the order now? You will watch and observe.
Okay, Chair, if you can give
Sit
me an opportunity. You ask me what the order is. Let me tell you what the order is, Chair.
Yes, what is your
With
order?
utmost respect to this House, the honourable member just read what the procedure is. Now you overruling the procedure that
Honourable
was read to
Dutui,
you.
whilst you were sitting there, we have been advised by the table, and we said we are proceeding.
Okay,
So you
Honourable
think
Chair,
know
could you
better now
please-
than those that are supposed to
Could
advise
you
us?
please then give the feedback that the table gave to you to allude the whole House as to what is the way forward? Just to inform us about that, please.
Honourable members, we are continuing. I now put vote 5. Is there any objections? Is the DA objects? EFF objects?
The free
Freedom Fund Plus objects. Thank you very much. The objections are noted. All those in favour, say yes. All those against, say no. The yes have it obviously. Is there any declaration of vote from any party? Any declaration of vote? There is no declaration of vote. There is no call for a division. We will continue. The vote carried. There is vote 5. I now put vote 6. Any objections? Honourable members, please don't cause chaos too. Let us do it, let me do it like this. Let me do it like this. I will ask each and every party in the House in alphabetical order whether they are objecting. So then it will work, because if you must just jump up 2 DAs and 3 EFFs, hey, it's not working. ANC, any objection? DA, any objection? The DA, noted. EFF, any objection? Noted. Freedom Front Plus, any objection? Freedom Front Plus, any objection? Noted. IFP, any objection? None. We take note. I heard you, Matebula, you may sit down. You may sit down. The objections have been noted. All those in favor say yes. All those against say no. The yes obviously have it. Yes. Let's continue. The vote carried. Vote 6. That was international relations and cooperation. I now put vote 7. Any objections? ANC? DA?
The DA would like to object, and I would like to declare before the vote so that I can perhaps influence other members of this House.
Brother, if you come to show me a wrong way,
That's according to the rules, Chair.
honorable member, you see the problem is that we have agreed, all of us here in this House, and I don't want to be treated as if I'm a stupid.
Chair,
And that
we
is what
haven't
is now
agreed.
happening.
You've ruled, but incorrectly.
Let us continue. EFF. Any objection?
The EFF objects, Chair.
Freedom Front Plus.
Chair, the Freedom Front Plus objects, and I'd like to do a declaration as well.
It's fine. We are going to give you to do a declaration of vote. We are asking objections now. IFP, no objection. We take note of the objections of the parties. All those in favor say yes. All those against say no. Any declaration of vote? Yes, dear. Ryder? Ek is gees mis ouer as ek. Wil jy ek gees mis ouer as ek. Ek wil jou net vra die vervolg, wag tot ek jou erken, dan staan jy op. Toe. Gees mis ouer as ek.
Sorry?
O, as jy Ryder, as jy my partier, as jy nie my partier is, jy respek my. Jy
Chair,
kan maar
sorry.
praat.
I have a hearing aid. I can't hear you.
Oh.
Please talk to the mic.
Ryder, thank you. You may stand up and now declare the vote.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Deputy Chairperson. As the custodian of the national purse, National Treasury should be the example that we hold up to other departments to show how things should be done. If only it were so, Mr. Minister. The number of virements being processed in the Treasury's bill is substantial. Whether that is prudent reallocation in response to dynamic circumstances or a product of poor budgeting and forecasting is certainly up for debate, especially when one considers that a predictable expense, the payment for the Auditor General fees, is coming out from funds previously allocated elsewhere. One must, however, commend the department on the reduction of expenses on consultants and the trimming of the fat in staff compensation, travel and similar expenses. The shock feature of Treasury's adjustment, however, is the declared underspending of 157.2 million on the Jobs Fund. How can this be morally justified in a country where unemployment is out of control, where over 10 million people who are willing, able and looking for work are sitting without a prospect of putting food on their tables just to survive? Treasury is too busy sending out memos to sign a check that will bring jobs to real people. How can you sleep at night, knowing that you have power to change lives and bring hope to people who need it most? Sitting in your fancy Treasury office while on the street below there are hungry people looking for a job, and yet the funds for the Job Fund lie unspent and then return to the fiscus to be reprioritized. I'm frustrated, I'm disappointed, I'm disgusted. The Democratic Alliance does not support this adjustment.
That is declaration of vote. Any other declaration? Yes, Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to speak in both English and Afrikaans if someone wants to make use of the translating services. Agbare voorsitter, die begroting van die nasionale tesourier is veronderstel om ten doel te hê om die volgende te ondersteun en te stimuleer. En ek dink is nodig om dit aan die huis te noem, aangesien dit lyk asof daar van die lede is wat dit nie weet nie. Ekonomiese groei en ontwikkeling, sosiale vooruitgang te bevorder en die lewensstandaarde te verbeter. Dit is deur effektiewe en volhoubare bestuur van openbare fondse, as ook die instandhouding van die makro-ekonomiese finansiële sektorstabiliteit te verseker deur effektiewe finansiële regulering van die ekonomie. Maar voorsitter, ten spyte van hierdie kardinale taak en die verantwoordelikheid wat veronderstel is om die pas aangeer van die land te wees, het die nasionale tesourie 'n onderspandering van 179,35 miljoen wat van hul begroting verwyder is. Chair, the Honourable Ramaphosa said the following in SONA 2019 towards the Auditor General. He said, I'm quoting, "The Fifth Parliament capacitated your office. It is a good development as it allows us to do things that we couldn't do before. Allow us the opportunity to help prevent things from becoming unsustainable mess. Allows us and the public to gear up so that we understand what happens to the public's money as it happens and not in 10 years after it happens," close quote. In spite of this uttering by the President and reports by the Auditor General with regards to the supply chain mismanagement and fraud, a total of 42.66 million rand was removed from the Financial Accounting and Supply Chain Management Systems budget, as if to ensure that further maladministration and tender corruption can take place. On top of that, 36.51 million was supposed to be used for the financial administration and was also removed from the budget. This deliberate removal of funds in these critical sectors of supply chain management and financial administration fuels the shameful flood of looting. The Freedom Front Plus doesn't support vote 7. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you to the members that put declarations. I think we will. I think we are still trying to get to a point where we do the things totally correctly. We are still trying to get there, and we are moving. Where yes, Honourable Karim. Honourable Karim.
Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, in response to Mr. Ryder, most of what he said, except for the point about the Jobs Fund, is not really relevant to this debate. It's not relevant, Chairperson. It's not relevant to this debate. He's talking about the medium-term budget policy statement, and he's talking about the revised fiscal framework. He's talking about the budget of the country as a whole. What he should be focusing on is National Treasury's allocation in terms of budget vote 7. And in that regard, there's only one point he made, which is about the Jobs Fund. He's talking about the overall budget. So it's not really relevant. But maybe because he's new, he doesn't know. No, I don't mean to patronize him. I don't. On the matter of the Jobs Fund, yes. On the matter of the Jobs Fund.
Honourable members, the one thing that if we don't agree with one another, it doesn't take away the validity of the argument. It doesn't take away the validity of the argument. In this declaration, it is about the allocation to National Treasury. It should be about the allocation to National Treasury. But we allowed, because we said parties must make declarations. It cannot be when the chairperson of finance stand up to correct some of the things that we are now speaking about. The principle that he's speaking about is not necessarily something that is debatable. But thank you, Chairperson.
But he does make a useful point. He
Yes.
does make a useful point about the Jobs Fund, Minister. The Jobs Fund does belong to National Treasury. The Jobs Fund does belong to National Treasury.
Order, members, order, 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 order here. Yes.
Okay, so, Chairperson, the Jobs Fund does belong to National Treasury. It does fall under vote 7, and he's right to raise the points he does. Except he's very extreme. I think it's bizarre to say that the minister, how can he sleep at night and so on. I mean, Which Minister of Finance in which country
It's fine.
will not be troubled by that? Mr. Fani Dutoit does raise vote 7. He makes some very useful points. But again, he goes off the rails, really. It's extreme to say the things you do. For example, on underspending, you're right. National Treasury should be least responsible for that. But by the measure of departments in this country, Chairperson, National Treasury underspending is probably extremely minimal. On the supply chain management, Minister, personally, I have seen no evidence over the last 3 years, despite all the accusations, that there's corruption. The difficulty, Chairperson, the onus resides on the Minister and the DG to come into the public domain, to the National Assembly and NCOP, and make that clear. Otherwise, the suspicion, the perception will persist that they are being corrupt in the supply chain management. Many of the things that Mr. Ryder raises, which are not relevant to this debate, National Treasury has been leading on. National Treasury said, do not use consultants about 10 years ago. National Treasury said many years ago, cut your travel costs. So what Mr. Ryder is talking about is not National Treasury, other departments that are not doing what National Treasury requires them to do. Thank you very much.
You may sit. You may sit. You may sit. You may sit. Honorable members, according to the rules, parties are allowing 3 minutes to make declarations. He didn't. I am watching the time here. You even have 59 minutes left. I am watching the time. I mean seconds. You even have 59 seconds left. I am watching the time here. And that is the reason why I didn't look anywhere, because I was allowing him his 3 minutes. After his 3 minutes, now you can speak if whatever you want to say. I was allowing him his 3 minutes because according to the rules, he's allowed his 3 minutes. Zanda, Mayor?
No, thanks, Deputy Chairperson. But this is really disturbing when the chairperson of the committee will come to this house and try to correct things that he should have corrected in the committee. Please, he must not come here and abuse us.
No.
Thank you, Chairperson.
That is your feelings. DA?
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Deputy Chairperson, I have...
Oh, members. But
Thanks,
it's
Ron.
yourself also. Don't say this one and that one, because you are equally corrupted. Order, please. Members, order, please. Lutuli, is it even you? I'm very disappointed.
Deputy Chairperson, I have 2 points of personal clarity I'd like to make. Number one, my question about how do you sleep at night was not directed at the Minister, but at the Treasury Department. So I just want to place that on record. And point 2, on my clarification, my points all came straight out of Vote 7's annexure, and if the Honourable Chairperson would like to discuss it and how it works, I'm welcome to give a training lesson in my office.
And you know
303 in the Marx building.
The only point of order is where you corrected the understanding. Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to allude that Honourable Karim is misleading the House, saying that in Vote 7, supply chain management isn't mentioned. It is mentioned there. And the Auditor General's reports,
Honourable Member,
the Auditor General's reports is very clear that there is fraudulent activities in supply chain management, and it's a big matter of concern. So please, I request humbly that the Honourable Karim retract his words and not mislead the House in the future.
Can I ask for order here? The Honourable Karim is not, Honourable Karim, you are not going to respond. In fact, you said the Honourable Du Toit was correct in the things that he raised. You said that. Just except for one outrageous comment that he made. That is what he said. The problem is, ek praat ook nie Engels nie, so ek aanvaar dit. So, I now put vote 8, and I will allow those that put objections, listen to me, listen carefully. We will allow those that put objections to do your declaration immediately, so that when we say yes or no, we just continue. That is what I'm saying. So listen very carefully. I now put vote 8, it's planning, monitoring, and evaluation. Any objections? Yes, dear. Kisal dati kan sit sê nie.
Honorable Chairperson, the DA vociferously objects.
EFF,
The EFF objects.
Freedom Front Plus,
Freedom Front Plus objects.
IFP, no. ANC, no objections. We take note of the objections of the parties. Is there any declarations from those that object? Make your declaration, because we are going to do it now. We are going to do it like that, so that we don't have that long discussion afterwards.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. We've always believed that this department is one of the useless departments which takes the bulk of
Since
the budget but does not deliver to its mandate. If this department was so useful, is the ANC government still going to have such riots in the country? Because it is this department which needs to advise the ANC government as to where are you not delivering and where you should focus. So we are saying, as the EFF, we do not support this, and let the money of that department be taken elsewhere to support women programs, children's programs, including Statistics South Africa. Thank you.
ANC. ANC.
Oh, sorry. Honourable Deputy Chair, the Adjustment Appropriation Bill, which we support as the African National Congress, has been presented under difficult economic climate. Our economy is not performing at the level that revenue collection will meet our expenditure requirements. As put by the Minister of Finance, our national debt is increasing at an unsustainable pace. But fortunately, all is not doom and gloom. The economic forecast is that sub-Saharan Africa is expected to grow at 3.6% in 2020. The South African economy is expected to slowly rise to 1.7% in 2022, supported by household consumption and private sector investment. We note the positive progress registered by the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, especially on the program of frontline and citizen-based service delivery and monitoring, in which the department registered almost over 60% achievement of its first quarter targets. We also note that other indicators have not registered any progress, mainly because submissions of annual performance plans and strategic plans were to be finalized by the end of October. Assessment on these programs will be presented in the fourth quarter report of the department. The ANC support the medium-term budget policy statement and the adjustment appropriation bill for this vote. Thank you.
Very much. We take note of the objections and the declarations. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those against say no. The yes have it. I will now put vote 9. Vote 9, being public enterprises. Any objections? ANC? Any objections? ANC? DA?
Chair, Deputy Chair, the DA objects, and when the time comes, we'd like to divide.
Okay.
When the time comes.
Okay. So you are not going to do a declaration now because you
No,
are
no
called
declaration.
for a division. EFF.
The EFF objects.
What about the IFP?
No, I'm going alphabetically. Didn't you hear me? Because I could have said Freedom Front Plus, but because you are before them in the alphabet, Freedom Front Plus.
Chairperson, the Freedom Front Plus objects.
IFP? No. No, I'm going alphabetically. Don't make me lose my senses here. We take note of the objections, and already there was a demand for a division from the DA. There was a demand for a division from the DA. We are members, the call for a division. We are already sitting very correctly. So we can go, we can continue with the vote. No, the House is divided. No, the House is divided. Yes, the House is divided. I mean, we cannot now walk up and down and do it and change it. Yes. Can we have the DA here? Can we have the mic for Madam Skagni here?
Although the House is already divided, the reason for the division is for the votes to be accounting for in the minutes and in the report. We just don't divide for division sitting together. There's a reason for everything that's happening in this House. Thank you.
Ayana. The Deputy Presiding Officer. Can we continue? We are calling for a division of the House. That is for the record. Can we then now proceed to the voting? Those who abstain, we will start with those who abstain. Is there any abstentions? There is no abstentions. Those who vote against, can we have that once? Vote, Labuskagni, vote. We'll speak to them. Thank you. Those who vote in favor. Can you vote, please? I know it's exciting to be in Cape Town, but vote with one hand. With one hand only. I also got 36. Is it 9? Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable members. There is no abstentions. 19 voted against and 36 voted in favor. Vote 9 carried. I now put vote 10. I now put vote 10. Any objections? ANC. DA. I'm taking it alphabetically, please. No, I'm speaking to Tluti. I'm taking it alphabetically. DA.
Chair, the DA objects and we have a declaration.
Can we just get all the objections and then we come to the declarations? EFF.
EFF object.
Freedom Front Plus.
Chairperson, just quickly, we didn't have a declaration on vote 9.
Sorry.
There were no declarations.
Sorry. No. Wacht eers. Honorable members, we ruled when you object, you make your declaration. And that is the reason why DA said we are not going to make a declaration, but we will call for a division. That is what they said. So I'm not going to change it up and down. We are continuing the way we have been starting to continue. So now we are at vote 9 and we are calling for objections. If you object and you want to make a declaration, you will make a declaration immediately or you will call for a division. Let's come to the Freedom Front Plus.
Vote 9, we do not support. She said vote 9. Are we at vote 10 now?
Vote 10.
Okay, good.
No.
Well, then the Freedom Front Plus objects to vote 10 then.
So that is vote 10. Yeah, we are at vote 10. No, IFP is not objecting, so don't tell them. Don't tell people to object if they are not objecting. We are at vote 10. We have called for objections. Is there any declaration of vote? Yes, DA. ANC also. Okay.
Chair, I note with great interest today, and I mean great happiness, that a number of our members, including yourself and the Honourable, my good friend and sister, Mahlangu, and the Chief Whip, yes, she's still here, of the NA are wearing orange. And I was wondering whether the Honourable Patricia de Lille is making a good effect on the ANC, or whether or not Peter Mulder is having a garage sale.
I will not wear blue anymore. I will not wear blue anymore.
Or perhaps you're preparing
And
for
I
jail.
wanted
I
to
don't
wear
know.
a red dress today.
Anyway, Chair,
Thank you. You may continue.
on my declaration. Questions to this Department of Public Service and Administration over the past few months have revealed a complete breakdown of the intent to hold officials in the department to account. The Minister revealed that a unit envisaged by legislation enacted in 2014 had still not been created. The purpose of this unit was to create mechanisms for disciplinary action and the building of an ethics unit. 5 years on, colleagues, nothing has happened. All of this takes place in an environment where 7 billion rand was paid to employees doing business with the state. And 77% of the millionaire manager brigade in government have failed to submit their performance reviews on time for the 2018-2019 period. To add insult to injury, honourable members, the department on Wednesday ran through a budget that places the funding of the Public Service Commission within the mandate of the department that it is supposed to oversee. Thus, the independence of the Public Service Commission has been severely undermined, and it must now beg its master for funding to control its master. A ridiculous state of affairs indeed. This department needs drastic measures to curb the capture of state purse by a bloated, overpaid, and largely incompetent officialdom. The current budget shows no signs of any intent to do that, and accordingly, the Democratic Alliance cannot support the budget. I thank you.
Is there any other declaration of vote? If there is none, or ANC, sorry, ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, the Public Service Administration has a crucial role to play in terms of repositioning the public service to be able to deliver on the medium-term strategic framework of the 6th administration. In one of our interface with the minister indeed confirmed that there is a process that is very critical in terms of ensuring that this machinery is oiled by inducting not only the executing authority but also the accounting officers to ensure that there is uniformity and clarity in terms of the delegations of authority. So therefore, as the ANC, we appreciate tremendous work that is done by the minister in ensuring that there is a clarity of thought around how we must professionalize the public service of the 6th administration. We also appreciate the good work that the Public Service Commission continued to render in terms of its national anti-corruption hotline cases, particularly being reported by the department within 7 days of the receipt of these reports. Indications, Honorable Deputy Chairpersons, are that the PSC is likely to exceed its annual target if this pace is sustained. As the ANC, Honorable Deputy Chair, we support the adjustment appropriation for the public service and administration, as this will ensure that indeed the department continue to lead the modernization of the public service, particularly around our agenda of creating an integrated single public service. The ANC support the medium-term budget policy statement and the adjustment appropriation bill for this vote. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
In the absence of any other declarations, all those in favor say yes. All those against say no.
Chairperson, the DA calls for a division.
There is a call for a division. We shall now. The question on which the division is called is on vote 10. Vote 10. And we are going to proceed with the voting after the members have taken their rightful seats. I'll start again with those that are abstaining. No one abstaining? All those against? All those against? All those against? All those against? Thank you. All those in favor? All those in favor? We are still voting, Honourable Member. We are still voting. No, there is no debate allowed in this. We can raise the point of order, but we are still voting. Allow us. You have voted. You have voted. You have voted. Yes. Honourable Labaskagni. Yes, you may. Please, thank you. Thank you, members.
I rise on a point of order while we were doing a division. The rule 67 provides that I can rise on a point of order during a division. Read your rules. Chairperson, the point of order is a member there in the back row was using his camera, taking a photo. It's not parliamentary and it's not part of the rules. We cannot allow that. Thank you.
Honourable members. Honourable members, you know it's not allowed. You know it's not allowed. Thank you, but honourable members, it doesn't mean because the rule provides for something, you must just do it because the rule provides. Let's continue. Can we get the results? Can we get the results? Thank you very much. Those in favor of vote 10 is 36, and those against is 19, and there was no abstention, so vote 10 carries. I now put vote 11. Is there any objections? ANC? DA?
Deputy Chairperson, the DA objects. We'd like a declaration and we would like to divide a little bit later as well.
Do your declaration. Okay, I will just take all the objections and I come back for the declaration. EFF?
EFF object, Chair.
Thank you. Freedom Front Plus?
Freedom Front Plus objects. Thank you, Chair.
IFP, for the record? No objection. Yeah. Any declaration of vote? DA? Those people indicated that they are going to do a declaration of vote. No, I don't know.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Chairperson, I just want to note myself and Honourable Mahlango need to have a chat, because in the NA we've got these lovely buttons where you press for, against, abstain. We need to get them installed here that we don't have to do all this counting. It's easy, just press buttons. Anyway.
I go over and smile.
Honourable Deputy Chairperson, Programme 4 of the budget of the Public Works and Infrastructure makes allowance for 60 million rand for policy development. Despite this, no policy development has actually taken place. The Public Works Bill has been outstanding since 2014, despite numerous promises to get the white papers reviewed. Amendments to the CRDB and the CBE bills are still floundering around, not to mention a complete lack of direction on EPWP policy to ensure uniformity of application and mechanisms to ensure value for money spent on the program. This type of uncertainty is reflected in the fact that the budget expected to collect 600,000 Rand on interest on dividends and land rental, but the department actually received 10.7 million, with another 2 million to come. Although this is good, it also points to historical undercorrection or a complete lack of control over these elements. This is either due to incompetence or due to a deliberate attempt by officials such as the dubious Director General to maintain a state of organized chaos, a blizzard of obfuscation to blind and divert any attempt to hold the department to account. While this malaise continues, and while the Minister continues in a death struggle with the Director General, there will be no policy certainty or any plan. And when you spend money without a plan, the parasites of state capture will continue to feed with no end in sight. For this reason, amongst many others, the Democratic Alliance cannot support this budget. I thank you.
Freedom Front Plus.
Hey, Dennis, you're my number one fan.
No declaration. No other declaration. ANC. I ask the IFP all the time. Makause, IFP is your partiri. Yes, can you assist the member here with this?
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. As part of the reconfiguration of government, the function of infrastructure coordination has been assigned to the Public Works. The President has also assigned the coordination of the Infrastructure Delivery Management System and the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Commission, PICC, to the same department. These changes signal a clear intent by government to prioritize infrastructure development in the sixth administration. As committed by the President in a State of the Nation address and during the launch of the stimulus package last year, in taking this commitment forward, an infrastructure investment fund worth over 100 billion has been established. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, as the ANC, we believe that South Africa must invest more in infrastructure to create conditions conducive to economic growth. We welcome the allocation of 100 million to Small Harbours program. As the President has said, infrastructure is a critical area of investment that supports structural transformation, growth, and job creation. It is essential to our economic rejuvenation. Honorable members, our country continues to confront a scourge of unemployment and poverty. Given the significance of EPWP's program in this regard, there's a need for more robust monitoring and evaluation of the program. During the previous financial years to 2018-2019, more than 4.5 million beneficiaries have been positively impacted. This number comprises 66% women, 44% youth, and 1% people with disabilities. A concern has been raised, particularly by the organized working class, that some municipalities use their EPWP allocation to fund co-function instead of employing people at decent rates and placing them on municipal wage bills. This is a matter that we must look into as part of our oversight, Honorable Kenny Moima. We are indeed encouraged by the commitment by the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure that there will be no secrecy in awarding of tenders. The Minister has also promised that from now on, members of the public will be able to observe the evaluation and adjudication of departments' bidding processes. We call on the department to finalize the setting aside of the appointments of 37 senior managers and 677 staff levels below the senior managers that were declared irregular by the Public Service Commission. As ANC, we support the adjustment appropriation bill. Thank you, Chair.
There's been an indication by the DA that they call for a division. The House is now divided. Those, can we just get members to their rightful seats? The buttons you will get as soon as possible. We spoke about it. But we did address it. No, let's continue. You called for a division. So can we now proceed to the voting? All those in favor, raise your hands, please. Chairperson. Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. All those against? Why is it 17 now? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Is there any abstentions? There is no abstentions. Can we get the results from the table? 36, 17. Those in favor is 36, and those against is 17. That means vote 12, 11 carried. I now put vote 12.
Deputy Chair, if we look at number 12, I think before we proceed, I would just like to know the EFF, and we all received this appropriation bill document where it indicates that they support this number 12 and
No,
they are.
can you,
and they
honorable
object.
member, we
Sorry.
are now starting with vote 12.
Sorry, ma'am.
We have not been to vote 12. And that is not. I now put vote 12. Vote 12, Statistics South Africa. Any objections? ANC? DA? DA? EFF? States SA? Sorry, yes, Honorable Makause.
Although we are sitting on the other side of the House, but we would like to put it on record that we are supporting Statistics South Africa and we would like to make a declaration.
Yes, since you are Honorable Makause, can you continue with your declaration?
House Chairperson, we would like to congratulate the team, Mr. Maluleke of Statistics South Africa, for continue doing a sterling job at the Stats SA. But there's a continued effort by the ruling party to reduce Statistics South Africa to a help desk. They do not give them funding, they do not support them. Stats is unable to carry out important research and collect data to inform important policy decisions due to budgetary constraints. Any government that does not prioritize funding for such an important program of data collection, particularly by Statistics South Africa, does not take a responsibility of governing seriously, like the ANC government. It is not enough to recommend that the minister in the presidency must talk to the Minister of Finance. The same recommendations which we made previously are still here and are not supported by the ruling party. Chair, it is not acceptable that Stats South Africa had to cancel an important study on femicide because there is no budget. But we find that there's budget allocation for useless departments like monitoring and evaluation. A study on poverty in South Africa has been reduced to a simple pamphlet because Statistics South Africa is not funded. We are saying, reduce the bloated cabinet. Don't say to us that we have reduced the cabinet, but we have increased the deputy ministers. We are still saying, reduce the bloated cabinet, take the budget that you've allocated to monitoring and evaluation department because it is useless. Give it to Statistics South Africa to fund important programs. The EFF supports this.
Freedom Front Plus? No. So, we take note of the objections from the DA and we have received declarations. So, ANC.
Sekela sihlalo walendlu. Masimxelele into kokubana iStatistics South Africa sazalwa saphehlelelwa iANC umbutho wesizwe. We are not in the business of establishing structures and then undermine them. We know the strategic importance of Stats SA in this country. As a matter of fact, the ANC places Stats SA at the center of the management of the national question in this country. It is easy to throw stones when you are not in government. We work according to plans, and we know how to prioritize. Don't just throw ideas as if you know how to govern. We have been in government for 25 years, and we have done improvement in the lives of our people. Stats SA continues to provide statistical analysis.
Sorry, there is a point of order. Just wait a minute. There is Honorable Nchabaleng.
This thing is not working. Chairperson, I can't hear the person on the podium because of the noise coming from this side. So I'm having it difficult to hear, so please.
Order, honorable members. Yes, Honorable Kiva, you may continue.
It's a very important point. Deputy Chairperson, democracy is about freedom of speech and freedom of listening. People must learn that. I was making a point that Stats SA continues to provide statistical analysis which assist policymakers to measure in figures the possibility of impact in terms of policy and service delivery. Stats SA has been conducting training on child poverty during the entire month of November. This will prepare statisticians for the survey on child poverty. Stats SA has recorded an increase year-on-year of 9.9%, which was mainly due to the temporal allocation of 75 million for the recruitment of contract staff for economic, population, and social surveys. Stats SA has achieved almost over 50% of its first quarter targets, and as such, providing statistical data to enable South Africans to measure how we are performing socially and economically. The ANC, which is governing this country, which will continue to govern this country for many centuries to come, support the medium-term budget policy statement and the adjustment appropriation bill for this vote.
Order, honorable members. Thank you. Let us continue. All those in favor say yes. All those against. Can I just for the record, Honorable Makau say, you indicated continuously that you support it, but it's your member that is shouting no. It's Mutsamai that is shouting no. All those in favor say yes. All those against? That's better. Vote 12 carried. I now put vote 13. I now put vote 13. Vote 13 is women. Order, honorable members. Vote 13 is women. Any objections? ANC? DA? EFF? Freedom Front Plus?
We don't object to women, we object to the vote. We love women, we love women.
Freedom Front Plus objects, Chairperson.
Thank you. Is there any declaration of vote? Because we take note of the objections. Yes, Lutuli.
Ngibonge Hlalo. Kulaba bangasazi isiZulu bangabe befaka into zabo because ngizokhuluma sona. EFF ayeseki izathu yilezi mphathiswa Hlalo lapho phambili ukuthi uhulumeni awukwazi ukulandela imali ukuthi ishona ngapi. Ama programs akakwazi ukusiza abantu besifazane ikakhulukazi abantu besifazane abasemakhaya. Lo hulumeni awukwazi ukuthi ulandelele ukuthi ama programs eke la amancane asuke khona akwazi awa support aphinde awakwazi kwa monitor so ngalokho iFF ayi support.
Lutuli, you are one of the people that always say I speak fast, but the way you've been speaking now, it seems as if you were just broadcasting on the radio. But you were just too fast for me. Freedom Front Plus? No declaration. No declaration. The ANC and declaration? Yes, okay, Mamale. Malek.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. In the recent past, our country witnesses horrific acts of criminality visited upon women of our country. These incidences of gender-based violence has brought pain to all of us and shocked the whole nation, bringing shame to all of us and especially some men who are perpetrators of these acts of violence. In the face of this violence, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities held campaigns on violence against women and children and facilitated the process to promote gender-responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, and evaluation. We believe that the department should continue with the mobilization of the society to deconstruct gender and deconstruct a society based on the values of mutual respect for one another, and in particular, a society that cares for the most vulnerable members of society, who are women, children, and elders. The ANC supports the medium-term budget policy statement and the adjustment appropriation bill for this vote.
IFP? Declaration of vote? Nothing. Let's go to the vote. We have heard the objections. We take note. We have heard the declarations. All those in favor say yes. All those against say no. The years have it. So let's continue. I will now put vote 14. Vote 14 being basic education. Is there any objections? ANC? DA?
Deputy Chairperson, we object. We would like to make a declaration and we call for a division as well.
EFF? Freedom Front Plus?
Not on.
Okay, the Freedom Front Plus object, and I'd like to make a declaration.
We are coming back to the declarations. We take note of the objections. ANC? Any declaration? If none, we go to the DA. DA?
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Honourable Deputy Chairperson, when we send our children to school, the expectation is that they are receiving a good education, an education that will enable them to engage as good citizens. When we send our children to school believing that they are safe and protected. On the 26th of July, the Minister of Basic Education outlined the department's priorities in the budget vote speech, adding that the department takes school safety very seriously and that it has prioritized interventions focusing on physical infrastructure, these relating to poor fencing, alarm systems, and more. However, these promises are now ringing hollow for thousands of learners who still lack access to basic infrastructure. Education should be the vehicle out of the poverty trap, but the inability of the South African education system to act is once again leaving a bitter taste in our mouths. According to the Mid-Year Progress Report, the Accelerated School Infrastructure Delivery Initiative is sorely lacking. Only 11 new schools have been completed against the department's annual target of 59. 40 million rand in unspent funds have been declared on the payment of capital assets under the School Infrastructure Backlogs Grant. This means that projects to provide water and sanitation are not on track as scheduled by the department. The number of schools planned for provision of sanitation facilities are 717. Thus far, only 52 have been completed, which means that pit latrines remain a huge issue in schools across the country, still compromising the safety of our children. The department has stated that they need to replace underperforming service providers that has caused these delays across the country. The question is, has the department properly vetted these service providers? And also, what kind and what type of consequence management is in place to hold them accountable for the lives and futures of our children? How much more taxpayer money must be wasted before the department gets this right? The department certainly cannot blame these failures on inadequate financial resources. The department has received 24.5 billion rand for the financial year. This is more than most advanced economies in the world. Yet, South Africa's education system remains one of the worst performing. The department needs to prioritize this backlog and drive the delivery of these projects in this last quarter. We eagerly encourage the Minister and the department in its endeavours during the next few months. The Democratic Alliance does not support the budget. Thank you.
Freedom Front Plus. What is it? No, but I've asked. So I will come back to you.
Bone-chilling screams of traumatized children with fear in their eyes disrupts the laughter on the school ground at Polokwane. A 5-year-old child drowned in a pit latrine 2014. 15 March 2018. Another 5-year-old child died at a primary school in the Eastern Cape after falling in a pit toilet. Since 2014, 2 more children died in SA schools after toilet walls collapsed on them. The Driehoek tragedy is still fresh in our minds, where 2 boys and a girl died after a concrete slab fell on them and injured 23 other pupils that were rushed to hospital. This happened on the 1st of February 2019 in Vanabel Park. Our prayers go out to the parents that will be spending Christmas without their children. If the South African government was serious about the lives of our children, if they were serious about human dignity, if they were serious about child safety, if they really cared about the education system and the future of our country, why then, Chair? Why then would they cut the education budget on school infrastructure year on year? Why would they allow and support the fact that 40 million rand be cut from the education budget, knowing that South Africa has a huge school infrastructure backlog? Why would the South African government allow Skoonspruit Primary School in the Northwest Province to be closed after failing to reconnect the power supply to the school, not allowing the children to have water to drink, them being bused to other areas and contributing to the overfilling of schools in other areas. The National Department of Basic Education intended on spending 28 million rand on school sanitation and water improvement projects in the Northwest Province. But this indirect grant allocation has been reduced by 19 million rand to only 9 million for 2019-2020. The truth is that government is making promises to voters and they are paying with the blood of their children. The safety, well-being and education of our children are being placed on the back seat, Chair. The Auditor General mentioned that a lack of skills are one of the biggest challenges in government departments. These unskilled cadres are depriving the children of a future. They deprive them from getting the necessary education and skills that they need. If only they gave as much effort to the safety as our children as they are on trying to corrupt the children's minds with the proposed amended curriculum on sex education. The Freedom Front Plus does not support vote for 14.
Honorable Chamberlain.
Ke a leboga motlatsamodulasetulo. Ka nnete bothata jwa thuto jwa safety mo dikolong ke ntho e le go mo monaganong wa ANC e a re tshwenya ntho as the ruling party. That's why matsatsing a fetileng the president a launchitse a project e bitswang Safe, and because some people don't really listen to what progress the government is making in solving problems, to an extent that even when information is in the public domain, they fail to remember it because their minds are tuned to negativity. Motlatsamodulasetulo, mmuso wa ANC o ntshitse tšhelete e ka lekanang 3.8 billion rand. 3.8 billion rand e allocated gore e diretse gore go lokišwe dikolo tse 82 inappropriate and unsafe schools in the country, and then provide water and sanitation to 325 and 286 schools respectively. In addition, the education infrastructure grant is allocated 31.7 billion to build new schools, upgrade and maintain existing infrastructure, and provide school furniture. What other commitment will you have except, you know what shows a commitment of a government to solve problems is to put structures and allocate funding to ensure that that project takes place. Motlatsamodulasetulo, the questionnaire monitoring and evaluation, it's an ona mo gore lebelore to build a dikolo tse 82. How far are we? Of course, EFF ga e bone necessity for monitoring and evaluation. More one other thing does not exist. We are committed as the ANC to making school environment even safe for our children. Re tla tswela pele go implement the program to save our children and our education.
Thank you very much. There have been a call for a division of the House by the DA. So let us continue and divide the House. Then let's put the vote, the question now for voting. All those in favor, raise your hands, please. In favor. Thank you. Thank you. All those against? Who's out now? 17. Is it 17? Count again. 16. I counted 16. Thank you. Yes, Honorable.
Matter was raised, and it should be emphasized, it's not a joke. Let the honorable members stop raising two hands.
It's fine.
There's an honorable member with a red overall there who's always raising two hands. And it's not a joke. We are not playing here.
Order, honorable members.
It's Honorable Matebula
Honorable
who
members,
behaves in
take
an honorable way.
Honorable members, thank you. Yes. Honorable members, vote 15 carried with 36 to 16 votes. Vote 14. Let me repeat, vote 14 carried with 36 to 16 votes. Can we please just only complete vote 15 and then we will go for lunch? Let us just, yes, we are going to vote 15. Vote 15 being higher education and training. I put vote 15. Any objections, ANC? DA?
Deputy Chairperson, we object. We would like to make a declaration and call for a division.
EFF?
Object, Chair.
Thank you. Freedom Front Plus? Next to you.
Freedom Front Plus objects, and we would like to make a declaration.
So, let's start now with the declarations. We take note of the objections. ANC? Yes, your declaration, Honorable Member.
Yes. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, our Department of Higher Education and Training was established in 2009 with a primary goal of being to provide education and training opportunities to all South Africans who are out of school to acquire further education and skills that they require. We continue to demonstrate that our education remains a priority for the African National Congress. It is clear that skills development and empowerment of the youth forms a critical element of ensuring that youth unemployment is addressed. This is because the African National Congress government is fulfilling the calls of the historic Freedom Charter for free education with its basis on merit. First-year students from poor backgrounds, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, continue to receive free education across our higher education institutions. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the National Development Plan 2030, NDP, sets our goals for addressing our country's challenges and articulates the role that higher education has to play in advancing the economy of South Africa. We see, Honorable Deputy Chair, that in Chapter 9 of the NDP, we see that the positions of education, training and innovation are central to the overall NDP goals. These areas contribute to productivity, which enhances economic growth. While not a solution to all our problems, we find that education, training and innovation are needed to solve our challenges, to develop inclusive economies, and to eliminate poverty and reduce inequality. It is a well-established fact that higher education is the major driver of knowledge systems that must be linked to our economic development as a country and as a continent. Deputy Chairperson, in line with the dictates of the current and envisaged technological advancements under the rubric of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, we have established a ministerial task team on the Fourth Industrial Revolution to provide critical policy advice and interventions required to ensure that our post-school education and training system is able to respond effectively and also to take a lead in many of the envisaged technological advancements. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the outputs from the ministerial task team will constitute a critical input into both the work of the Presidential Commission on the Fourth Industrial Revolution. It is also important, Honorable Deputy Chair, that we do not leave such work only in the hands of our government institutions, like the National Institute for the Human and Social Sciences, which needs to catalyze research into implications of technological advancements under the rubric of the Fourth Industrial Revolution for humanity and for humanities. It is also important that in all the work that we do in this particular house, we also advance the transformation of race and gender, not only in terms of
Honourable Member, your time is
demographics
up.
of students,
Your time
academics.
Is up. Your time is up. Thank you. TA.
Honourable Deputy Chairperson, South Africa is evolving into a dynamic higher education landscape, influenced by our economy and the world. Often, a university degree is not what is needed in the industry, but a more practical approach to teaching and learning. The ideal place for practical education with skilling and reskilling is TVET and community colleges. It is therefore interesting that TVET colleges remain an area of concern. The number of new artisans projected for enrollment for the year is 30,000, yet only 7,354 have registered to date. The number of artisans to qualify are projected at 24,000. Thus far, only 2,894 have qualified. The number of work-based opportunities projected are 165,000, with only 6,444 placed thus far. 400 million in unspent funds has been declared due to slow spending by technical and vocational education and training institutions. The 129.6 million unspent funds under Programme 4 is also of great concern, as posts are not being filled. Why are these funds not being utilized in order to further promote and develop TVET college infrastructures, especially proper housing facilities? As most TVET college students have to find their own, often unsafe accommodation, like the young woman Precious Ramabulana, who was raped and stabbed 52 times in her rented room while studying at Capricorn TVET College in Limpopo. Furthermore, the success or failure of a university college student is largely based on the availability of funds for the academic year. NSFAS has been plagued with administrative issues for several years, and it doesn't seem to have abated. The Auditor General gave the scheme a qualified audit for the previous year under review. NSFAS declared a cumulative irregular expenditure of 7.5 billion. Erroneous disbursements continued during this entire academic year. Over 80 billion has been set aside for prospective students for the next 3 years. Our concern is that after 6 top-level NSFAS resignations this year, 2 suspensions this year, and at least 1 other top-level resignation on the cards, including 1 resignation of the manager administering TVET college bursaries, how will NSFAS be geared to assist our students come January 2020? We want NSFAS to succeed, to assist our young people and change the lives of many who could otherwise not afford to register at higher institutions of learning. We will eagerly be monitoring its administration in the new year. The Democratic Alliance does not support the budget. Thank you.
Freedom Front Plus.
Dankie voorsitter. Nog 'n jaar en die minister en sy departement se miskiening van taalregte op kampusse wys dat die ANC 'n slegse Engelse Suid-Afrikaanse onderwysstelsel wil vestig. En ek sê dit vir al ons taalgebruikers hierso, ons Afrikaanse kollegas, ons Sotho, ons Tswana en ons Xhosa en selfs ons Engelse kollegas. Solank studente se keuses om onderrig in hulle taal te ontvang van hulle weggeneem word, is ons studente nie vry nie. Ontwikkel ons tale se vermoë om wetenskaps- en hoërfunksietale te word. Beskerm ons taalregte reeds op skool en universiteitsvlakke. Leer kinders en studente om hulself met gemak in hulle eie taal uit te druk op kampus, op skool en waar hulle gaan. Ons vra gelyke geleenthede vir alle tale, nie net een nie, en daarom kan die 5+ nie hierdie aanwas steun nie.
EFF.
Voorzitter, baie dankie vir die geleentheid. Ons as die ekonomiese vryheidsvegters, ons erken die belangrike rol wat hoër onderwys en opleiding speel, veral in studente wat die uitsien na hulle matriek ook klaar gemaak het, dat hulle op die ou einde van die dag vaardighede kan leer. En wanneer hulle daai vaardighede klaar geleer het op hierdie hoër onderwysinstellings en opleidinginstellings, dat hulle op die ou einde van die dag dan ingeneem kan word en dan ook 'n werk kry. Maar die realiteit vandag is dat baie van hierdie instellings faal ons studente. En wat ons graag ook wil sê is, hoe is dit moontlik dat 'n provinsiale minister in KwaZulu-Natal van onderwys R90,000 betaal vir motorhuur uitgawes, terwyl daar 'n nood is in ons onderwysstelsel in terme van fondse. Dan een van die brandende kwessies wat studente het is akkommodasie. Die gebrek aan akkommodasie en die vraag vandag hier in hierdie deklarasie is, wanneer gaan die ANC regering hierdie akkommodasie vir studente en veilige akkommodasie vir studente, wanneer gaan hulle op die ou einde van die dag 'n plan maak, sodat studente nie op die ou einde van die dag in onveilige plekke of nuus akkommodasie het waar hulle kan bly nie. Dan die ander ding wat ek wil noem is, ons moet hierdie instellings wat veronderstel is om baie van ons leerders op die ou einde van die dag die beste uit hulle te kan bring, ons moet seker maak dat daai instellings op die ou einde van die dag waar die geld ook ingaan, dat dit waarde vir geld vir ons op die ou einde van die dag uitbring. En die EFF kan nie hierdie vote ondersteun nie. Baie dankie.
Dankie. There was a call for a division of the House. Can the honourable members take their seats so that we can commence with voting? All members in their rightful seats. We are going to put vote 50 now to the vote. All members that are voting in favour, can you raise your hands? Can you raise your hands? Thank you. Thank you. All those against, can you raise your hands, please? Honorable Matebula, can I request that you just lift one hand, please? Can I request? I mean, I don't think it's necessary that we must tell you all the time. I'm requesting now. All those that abstain from voting, there is no one. So, thank you. Let's go to the results of the voting. This vote 15 carried, with 35 for and 18 against. Thank you very much, members. Vote 15 have carried. That is higher education and training. Honourable members, there is a lunch arranged in the New Wing restaurant. 30 minutes. 30 minutes. We are just going to allow you to be late with 5 minutes because you are walking from there. 30 minutes. Thank you, members. Welcome back, honorable members. You may be seated. And it's no graveyard session. We are still busy. Honorable members, when I said 30 minutes, you complained. I knew you would take long to be inside. We are continuing. Lutuli, where's your members? They are here. Okay. No, as long as you, if you say so. Maleka? Other members might not be allowed if we are busy with one vote. So, I'm saying it for the sake of all parties. Everyone must be inside. We'll Chief Whip, if you agree, we are going to continue now. Do you agree? Hmm? No, we are going to start now. Honorable members, order. Should I continue? Let's say Jay-Z, so. Let's say Jay-Z, so my Jay-Z, you know. We will proceed. I just want to check whether the provinces are represented. Hmm? I see. Honorable members, welcome back from lunch. I think we should continue. And I now put vote 16. Vote 16 being held. Is there any objections? I'm taking it again in alphabetical order. ANC, any objections? None? Can I take IFP because you are sitting here? It's not, are you objecting? EFF?
EFF objects.
Freedom Front Plus?
Freedom Front Plus objects.
DA?
And would like to do a declaration and later divide, Deputy Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, that assist. We take note of the objections of the parties. We will now give an opportunity for declarations. ANC. Gillian is here.
Deputy Chair, the ANC rise in support of the 2019 Adjustment Appropriation Bill. The ANC welcomes the fact that health continues to be a priority for adjustment appropriation and the medium-term budget policy statement, accounting for 13.9% of the total consolidated expenditure. We equally support the move towards universal health coverage through the rolling out of the National Health Insurance. We note the challenges existing in the implementation of the NHI, some of which include, but are not limited to, the poor performance of the NHI conditional grants, continuous change in the purpose of the NHI from a direct to indirect grant and ongoing policy uncertainties with respect to the role of various players, the flow of funding, and applicable health package. The ANC calls on government to intensify efforts to resolve challenges existing in the implementation of the NHI because in the main, the NHI is aimed at providing good health care for all by sharing the country's health resources among all our people. The ANC supports this adjustment appropriation bill.
Thank you, ANC. DA. DA.
Masibulele Sekela Sihlalo. Isebe lezempilo lijongene nomcelimngeni ongemnyanga emininzi. Phakathi kwayo zinkonzo ezizebantwini ezinganelisiyo. Ukungabikho kogqirha abaneleyo, onesi, ukungafumaneki kwamayeza kwanepilisi kwindawo zonyango. Okwesibini, abantu basahlala bavuka ngentseni bahlale belindele uba bafumane uncedo kude kuyotshona ulanga bathi behamba bahambe bengadibananga nogqirha. Ukusuka apho into esikhathazayo ngamandla into yoba kwezi nyanga zintandathu zidlulileyo isebe eli liye lachitha imali alafika kwimali ebeliyabelwe kangangamakhulu 246 ezigidi zerandi 246 million underspent by the department. Now ithethe ukuthi loo nto abantu bakuthi baneenkonzo abangazifumaniyo ebekumele uba bayazifumana ngenxa yokuba imali ingasetyenziswa ngendlela efanelekileyo. Now isinika umngeni ke loo nto xa sijonge kwi-National Health Insurance esinethemba lokuba izawunika abantu amathuba ukuba bafumane uncedo lwezempilo. Kodwa ukuba ngaba xa kuchithwa imali kukho ukungahloniphi nokungabi nambeko kwiimfuno zabantu, kwayona i-National Health Insurance leyo iyawufana namampunge ingaze yenzeke. Now loo nto ke iyakhathaza Sekela Sihlalo ngoba umphathiswa wezemali ohloniphekileyo uTito Mboweni uthe xa ephendula umbuzo kaba uRider kule ndlu wathi akakwazi ukutsho uba i-National Health Insurance izawuxabisa imali engakananina. Okwesibini wathi kufuneka singalindi i-National Health Insurance ukuze sinike abantu iinkonzo zezempilo. Kodwa xana imali iphathwa gwenxa ngamaphondo athile ithetha ukuthi loo nto sibeka onke amaphupha namathemba kwi-National Health Insurance ezawungakwazi ukuzifezekisa ezo nto. Sithi ke siyi-DA asiwuxhasi olu hlahlo lwabiwo-mali ngenxa yokuba abantu xa bengakwazi usebenzisa imali abayinikiweyo themba lini lokuba i-NHI iyawukwazi ukuzifezekisa ezo nto. Siyabulela.
IFB.
Madam Chair, while the IFP is supporting the bill, allow me to raise some issues for the Minister to consider. Our public health system is in a current state of deterioration with the commitment by government to introduce the National Health Insurance Scheme in a few years' time. Requires a solid-based public health for this system to be successful. It is no use promising better system to South Africans and getting their hopes for better public system when at current there are major obstacles to overcome. We cannot follow the same trend of legislation introduced by Cabinet where it has major flaws and then takes the work of the entire country to bring amendment in order to fix errors and mistakes by the government. For this reason, Madam Chair, I would like to know what budget the Minister or the department has allocated to employ all the public nurses who contracted to the state due to the educational funding
being paid for them by the state and do not have a job yet? And by when will they be employed? Considering your promise, the committee, that they will be absorbed by early next year. Through all what I've said, Madam Chair, I support the bill.
Thank you very much. Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Chairperson. This year I've seen extreme police uncertainty regarding our national health sector. Although the National Development Plan suggests many other steps to improve healthcare in South Africa, the ANC decided upon only one. And prematurely, the ANC decided that NHI is the answer to our health crisis. This utopia will ultimately become a dystopia. It is evident from the fact that Treasury already takes away from NHI money in provinces that was meant for the initial implementation thereof. In fact, Treasury can still not indicate what NHI will cost and how it will be funded. Of course, we want universal health care for all. Nobody is against that, but this department is making promises it will not be able to keep, and the FF Plus cannot support this adjustment.
Oh, thank you. You finished. So, declaration, EFF. Allow them to push it for you.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. The EFF notes with great concern the continuous deterioration of the healthcare system in the country, which the department is also forever changing ministers, forever changing HODs in hospitals, but there's no improvement. The department does not even have a plan to employ more nurses and train doctors and other allied health workers. We have seen in majority of the hospitals where even when the budget is allocated, it is more focusing on paying accruals than the actual delivery of services. We have seen throughout the country where the department does not even have vehicles to transport patients from rural areas to tertiary hospitals. So the department doesn't have plans, even if the budget is allocated to manage this budget and allocate the budget accordingly. So we do not support the budget.
Did you request for a division? There was a request for a division. Honorable members, can all the members now take their appropriate seats so that we can commence with the voting? Members, you are in your appropriate seats. We will commence with the voting. I put the question that we vote for vote 16, and all those in favor, lift your hands. Thank you very much. Those are all those who vote against. Honorable Matebula, the next time I have to speak to you, really, we will have to take action. No. Thank you very much. Those that abstained was 0, and vote 16 carried with 34 to 16 votes. I now put vote 17 being social development. Any objections? I will start now with the Freedom Front.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Freedom Front Plus objects.
Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. The Democratic Alliance objects and we declaration.
You want to do a declaration? Yes, EFF.
EFF rejects.
IFP. No objection. ANC. No objection. Declaration of vote. Can we start with the Freedom Front Plus?
No declaration.
No declaration. Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Recently, during a portfolio committee meeting, members of Parliament voiced their doubts over the Department of Social Development's promise that it would resolve more than 89,000 foster care court orders by the end of November. There are currently more than 416,000 children who benefit from the foster care system in South Africa. Of these, 89,538 orders were needed by the end of August. The Pretoria High Court made 89,538 cases valid until November 28th. This has allowed payments to continue until then. In the meantime, social workers were still applying to the Children's Court to have these and new orders extended beyond the court's protection period. The Centre for Child Law has been at loggerheads with the department to have the issue resolved for a number of years now. In 2011, it filed an urgent application with the Pretoria High Court against the Minister of Social Development. 3 years had passed and the Centre and department found themselves in court again in 2014. The court ruled that by December 2017, a comprehensive solution needed to be found. However, the deadline approached in October 2017 and the Centre again went to court. It argued that the minister's failure to produce a comprehensive legal solution was unconstitutional, unlawful, and invalid. In November 2017, the court granted a 24-month extension to continue payment and management of more than 200,000 foster care orders that were due to lapse. This deadline was this past end of November. In the Eastern Cape, there are 93,127 children in the foster care system. 18,065 orders have lapsed. In Gauteng, 9,900 outstanding cases. The Free State, 6,400. Limpopo, 5,300. Northwest, 8,600. Western Cape, 8,500. Northern Cape, 1,100. Mpumalanga, 929. And KwaZulu-Natal, the highest, at 29,400 orders still outstanding. No additional budget was given to address this backlog. With the department's 70 million rand unspent funds in certain areas this past year, these additional funds could have been made available to solve the foster care crisis. During these 16 days of activism, when the plight of our vulnerable women and children are once again highlighted, we make an urgent plea to the department and the courts to place more energy and effort into resolving this dire crisis. The Democratic Alliance, therefore, does not support the budget.
Declaration, ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. The social development budget is a critical one, and it uplifts our people and allows them to empower themselves. This sector helps create a safety net to protect the poor and the most vulnerable in our society. It ensures that there is a substantive contribution to the protection of the dignity of our people, in particular the poor and the most vulnerable. The adjustment of the social development vote of funds are to ensure protection against vulnerability by creating an unable environment for the provision of the comprehensive, integrated, and sustainable social development services. Almost half of this consolidated spending of government goes towards social grants. Thus, it continues to receive one of the largest allocations in government. This is precisely because of the importance responsible that it has contributed towards the development and empowerment of our people. Government is stepping up its effort to combat the increased gender-based violence and femicide cases that are confronting our country. The social development has a central responsibility in partnership with the departments to promote an integrated intervention to improve awareness and education, support victims and increase access to justice. We support the environment that has been made within the department to ensure that it effectively and efficiently contributes towards the government priority of fighting the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide. We also welcome the prioritization of early childhood development. We know that higher allocation for the early child development grant is in provinces will over the medium term increase the per child subsidy and broaden access. Funds will also be reprioritized over the medium term to the provincial equitable share to continue the rollout of sanitary towels to the learners from low-income households, the poorest in schools. The ANC support the adjustment vote for social development.
Thank you very much. EFF.
Thank you, House Chairperson. This department is one of the crucial departments in South Africa. If it was led properly, if there was political will within this department, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about not supporting this budget. The social welfare in this country, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, has been in tatters since the dawn of democracy. We have seen programs of alcohol abuse, programs that are aimed at removing or ailing girl children from the abuse that they are facing, collapsing in this country. But this all, it's because of lack of political will within this department. They have been redirecting funds to ANC Women's League political programs and neglecting programs that are aimed at salvaging youth of this country from alcohol abuse and abuse in general. Chair, when are we going to see welfare programs in this country implemented properly and guided properly? Soup kitchens have been funded by this department, but they ultimately land in wrong hands. They land in a certain political party's hands. That is why they are collapsing. Community healthcare workers, which are aimed at assisting communities on the ground, they end up not being paid well by this department because the monies that are aimed at community workers, they land in wrong hands and they land in tenderpreneurs belonging to the ANC. Therefore, we don't support.
IFP. Are you all right? So, there was objections, there was declarations. All those in favor, say yes. Yes. All those against, say no. So it's obvious that the yes have it, so vote 17 is carrying. I now put vote 18, correctional services. Is there any objections? We'll start with the DA. Freedom Front Plus.
Chair, the Freedom Front Plus objects.
EFF.
EFF here object, Chair.
IFP. ANC. No objections. Any declarations of vote? DA. Freedom Front Plus. No declaration. DA. No declaration. EFF. Any declaration? Who is this? Correctional Services. ANC. No declaration. So if there is no declaration, all those in favor say yes. Yes. All those against say no. No. Vote 18. Correctional Services carried because the yes obviously have it. Vote 19. I'm now put vote 19. Is there any objections? It is defense and military veterans. DA?
The DA objects and we would like to call for a division as well.
Freedom Front?
The Freedom Front Plus objects, Chair.
EFF?
EFF, you object, Chair.
IFP, ANC, no objections. Any declaration of vote? DA? None. Freedom Front Plus? None. EFF? None. IFP? None. ANC? If none, there was a call for a division of the House. Can all the members sit at their appropriate places? So there is a division of the House called. All the members are at their appropriate places. Can we now start with all those that are abstaining? Let's start with the abstentions again. All those members that vote against, can you raise your hands, please? Against. Yes. All those that vote in favor, can you raise your hands? Honorable members voting. Can it be you? Yes. Thank you. Honorable Smith, are you voting with those that is in favor? Because I see you doing this. Thank you very much. We have received the results. We were busy with vote 19. Vote 19, and there was a division of the House. Vote 19 carried with 34 to 16 vote. So the vote carries. I now put vote 20. Vote 20 being the Independent Police Investigative Directorate. Any objections, DA?
And we would like to divide.
Freedom Front Plus.
Freedom Front Plus supports.
Economic Freedom Fighters.
EFF, you reject, Chair.
IFP. ANC. No objections. We take note of the objections of the DA and the EFF. And we ask, is there any declarations of vote? None. If none, there have been a call for a division of the House. So we will now divide the House. All members to their appropriate seats. Thank you. Then we can continue. All those that abstain, can we see your hands? No one? Can we get those that are voting against? Can you raise your hands? Voting against? Can you raise your hands? It will be 15. All those that, thank you, members. All those that vote in favor, can you raise your hands? TB? Okay. Thank you very much, honorable members. Vote 20 carried with 35 to 15. So it carried. So then I would now put vote 21. I want to put vote 21. I want order in the House, please. It's justice and constitutional development. Any objections? I'll start with the DA. No objections. Freedom Front Plus.
The Freedom Front Plus objects.
Objection. EFF.
EFF, yeah, object the chair.
Objects. IFP. No objection. ANC. No objection. We take note of the objection of the Freedom Front Plus and the Economic Freedom Fighters, so that I be correct. Any declaration of vote? EFF, none. Freedom Front Plus, none. So can we hear those in favor say yes? Those against say no. As nogal 'n klein nootjie daai. Vote 21, Justice and Constitutional Development, carried because the yes have it. I now put vote 22. Vote 22 is Office of the Chief Justice and Judicial Administration. Any objections? DA? None. Freedom Front Plus? None. EFF? EFF?
We'd like to put it on record that we support this budget vote and we'd like to make a declaration.
Mogoeng would love you. IFP? IFP? Support. ANC? Since all the parties are supporting, vote 21 carried. Is it 22? 22. Sorry, 22. You didn't say. So, honorable members, Lutuli, I have never seen you so out of order, my dear. I'm very disappointed in you. Honorable members, the EFF, did you say you want to make a declaration? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry, do you still want to make the declaration? I apologize for the fact that I didn't hear you. So that's why I'm asking, do you still want to do the declaration? Continue.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. The economic freedom fighters take the importance of independence of the judiciary very serious, and we will guard that independence with all what we have. The courts have often been the last line of defense for the people of this country, whose future was put at risk by a group of self-serving leaders whose only interest was to line up their pockets and steal from the state resources belonging to the public. One of the very few good things after 1994 was the proclamation of the Office of the Chief Justice as a department. This is to ensure an independent judiciary-led court administration system in order to fully realize the judiciary institutional independence in line with the Constitution and the Superior Courts Act 2013. For this reason, there must be no reason whatsoever that the Office of the Chief Justice should at any time fail to do its work because of shortage of funds. If we are all serious about the independence of judiciary, we must begin to ask ourselves some serious questions. If the judiciary is independent on Parliament and the Minister of Finance for its budget allocation, what will then happen when Parliament and the Executive go rogue, as they are beginning to be with the Office of the Public Protector? What will happen when they refuse to finance the Office of the Chief Justice sufficiently, like they are doing with the Office of the Public Protector? We know that allocation of budget is deeply politicized in this country. When Thuli Madonsela wanted money for investigating Mr. Zuma on state capture, Mr. Jamnandas Godan gave her that money without questions. Now when Busisiwe Mkhwebane wants money to conduct investigation on Cyril Ramaphosa, she's denied money. Our submission, therefore, is that we must be in a position where the Office of the Chief Justice can give its budget estimates, and the National Treasury must be in no position to refuse. We do support the budget.
Time is up. Honorable Sheikh, ANC.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Chairperson, as articulated by our forebears, personal liberties and freedom can only be guaranteed if judicial power is separated from legislative and executive power. The ANC has always advocated for separation of powers and an independent judiciary. The 52nd National Conference resolved that the Chief Justice, as head of the judicial authority, should exercise authority and responsibility over the development and implementation of norms and standards for the exercise of judicial functions, such as the allocation of judges, cases and courtrooms within all the court systems, and administration of courts, including any allocation of resources, financial management, and policy matters relating to the administration of justice. The Constitution's 17th Amendment entrenched the independence of the courts and acknowledged the Chief Justice as the head of the judiciary who exercises responsibility over the establishment and monitoring of norms and standards for the exercise of the judicial functions of all courts. Deputy Chairperson, Budget Vote 22 as a separate vote is a reflection of the ANC's commitment to the doctrine of separation of powers, a judiciary-led independent court administration, and strengthened judicial governance. Since 2015-16, the Office of the Chief Justice has been receiving unqualified audit outcomes. In 2017-18, it improved and obtained a clean audit opinion, and has since maintained this outcome. This is indeed commendable. In the financial year 2018-19, the Office of the Chief Justice was allocated 2.14 billion. It also received an additional 2 million for the facilitation of the appointment and training of judicial officers. The Office of the Chief Justice spent 98.7% of the total allocation, which resulted in a total underspending of 27.6 million. On the 8th of November 2019, South Africans witnessed the official opening of the Mpumalanga High Court in Mbombela. The opening of this court is in line with the ANC's 52nd National Conference resolution, and there must be at least one division of the High Court in each province, so that our people can have increased access to justice, which is also contained in Section 34 of our Bill of Rights. Today, all 9 provinces have at least one high court. Funding for the courts is expected to increase from 28.1 to 33.4 million in 2021. But, Deputy Speaker, but we should also put on record that the ANC takes steps with reference to people who are involved in corrupt practices, even in the case of VBS, whereas with the EFF, it does not. When material evidence has also been found against their members, they don't take steps. Deputy Speaker, the ANC supports the vote.
Thank you. Honorable members, I just want to put it on record because of the oversight. The EFF wanted a declaration. We had to go back there, but this vote already carried. So now I put vote 23. I now put vote 23. I now put vote 23. Vote 23 being the police. I put vote 23. Vote 23 being the police. Is there any objections, DA?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The DA yes, I want to object, as well as a declaration and a division thereafter, please.
Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Freedom Front Plus objects, and I want to put a declaration as well.
EFF.
EFF objects.
IFP, ANC, no objections. Is there a declaration of vote? We will start with the DA.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honourable Deputy Chair, 700 million in unspent funds is being taken away from the police due to the non-implementation of the government's 7-point plan for the criminal justice system. This money comes from detective services and is made up of 119 million being taken away from crime investigation, 138 million being taken away from the Criminal Record Centre, and 442 million being taken away from the Forensic Science Laboratories. These are the guys who need to ensure that criminal cases reach the courts in such a way that it can be successfully prosecuted. The National Director of Public Prosecutions in October this year indicated that prosecution rates for serious crimes have been as low as 2%, and there was a decrease of more than 10% in cases that reached the NPA. This is entirely due to the fact that crime investigation is not functioning as it should, and this government wants to take away 700 million rand from it. This, whilst the police still don't have the basics such as adequate vehicles to do their job. Our economy loses 8 billion a year in banking fraud, whilst the Hawks unit is underfunded, and most importantly of all, SAPS still show an inability to deal with gangsterism, farm and other murders and rape. It comes down to priorities. And judging by the adjustment budget, it is not the priority of the ANC government to protect the people of South Africa or clean up SAPS for criminals in this mist. We do not support this budget. Thank you.
Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Department of Police, men and women in blue, placing their lives in danger on a daily basis to put bread on the table. The department's purpose is to prevent and combat and investigate crime, maintain public order, protect and secure the inhabitants of South Africa and their property, and uphold and enforce the law. Crime in South Africa is at an all-time high. The following are just a few statistics for the year 2018-2019 that the National Treasury might have overlooked when they cut the police's budget. 1.3 million incidents of housebreaking occurred. That affected more than 900,000 households in South Africa. An estimated 264,000 incidents of home robberies occurred. A total of 69,896 incidents of deliberate damaging, burning or destruction of residential dwellings, affecting 53,000 households. Just think how many children were traumatized by that. An estimated 1.24 million incidents of theft of personal property occurred. According to a United Nations report that was conducted in South Africa, only 35% of the whole population felt safe walking in their neighborhoods during daytime. In other words, the current South African population being about 58.8 million people, of which only 38 million feel safe during daytime. Chair, is this a freedom that we want? Is this the freedom we as South Africans deserve? This bill removes 764 million rand from detective services. Chair, how is this possible? How are detectives supposed to operate if they are not capacitated to do their work? Parliament supports the 16 days of activism against violence against women and children. Is that just to stay in the public eye? In real life, men, women and children are victims of crime on a daily basis. Farmers are attacked and tortured, white and black. How are the police force supposed to conduct their duties if the budget is cut? The criminal justice system is hampered because of, among others, the police investigation reports. As a result, criminals are not prosecuted and they are released back into the society. Yet the 764 million rand is cut from the detective services budget. One may ask if the government is protecting itself from being investigated. At least one minister has been arrested for fraudulent activities during the past 25 years.
Time up, Honourable
This is in
Member.
spite of the fact that the government
Honourable
purse
Member, your time
has
is
been
up.
looted. The Freedom
Time
Front
is
does
up.
not support.
EFF, no declaration. ANC. ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Deputy Chairperson, the President has outlined 7 priorities for the 6th administration during the State of the Nation address in June this year. Amongst these priorities is to focus on social cohesion and create safe communities. This is intended to build a country where all people are safe and feel safe. It means ensuring continuous police visibility and the improvement of success rates in investigation and prosecutions of crime. The President also outlined the need to strengthen the National Prosecuting Authority to fight crime and corruption in our society. Deputy Chairperson, the movements of funds within this budget are not done willy-nilly. In actual fact, it is done to respond to urgent needs as well as to align funds to priorities outlined by the President. In the detective services, an amount of 64 million has been transferred to the Department of Justice and Correctional Development to enhance capacity in the National Prosecuting Authority. Some of the unspent funds has been reprioritized to the Secretariat for Police Service for compensation of employees due to vacant posts. This is welcomed as it ensures that enough human resources is further added to the police service to fight crime and corruption in our society. In aligning with the integrated criminal justice strategy, funds were further reprioritized in this regard. Deputy Chairperson, the DA should not come to this House and claim higher moral ground. In fact, crime is rife in the Western Cape. And there are also incidences where they've held meetings in the past with gangs, and they can't even arrest such gangsters. Deputy Chairperson, the ANC supports the medium-term budget policy statement and the adjustment appropriation for this.
Order, honourable members. Thank you. Thank you. Order. Honourable members, there have been a call for a division of the House. Can all the members now sit in their appropriate places and their allocated seats? If everyone is in their allocated seats, we will now proceed to the voting. All those members that are voting in favour of this vote, can you please raise your hands? In favor, if you, so all those that are voting against, can you raise your hands? Ryder, are you voting? All those that are abstaining. Abstain. What? Honourable members, vote 23, that is the vote of police, carried with 35 in favour and 15 against. I now put vote 24. I'm correct, ne? I'm still on the right track, members. There was a division of the House, ne? I now put vote 24, that is agriculture, forestry and fisheries. Is there 24? Is there any objections? DA?
Honourable Deputy Chair, the DA objects and I would like to make a declaration.
The EFF?
EFF object, the Chair.
Freedom Front Plus?
Deputy Chair, the Freedom Front Plus objects.
IFP? Support Inkatha Freedom Party. Let me also call you on your full name. ANC African National Congress. No objections in support. We take note of the literally Can you please sit up? The way you sit, now we shall will really think you are in your lounge. We can see you are from Durban. We can see you are from Durban. You are sitting as if you are on the beach. Batebula, honorable members, we take note of the objections. Any declarations of vote? DA? DA?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Akbar Adjang, voorsitter, die kwessie rondom droogtehulp het die DA nou op verskeie vlakke, verskeie kere in Suid-Afrika aangespreek. Ek persoonlik het in hierdie huis dit ook al met president Ramaphosa, Adjang president Mabuza, as ook minister Didiza aangespreek. En elkeen van hulle het onderneem dat hulle ons boere se probleme met die droogte as 'n prioriteit sal hanteer. Dit het ongelukkig nie gebeur en dit is duidelik in hierdie begroting sigbaar. Die beskikbaarstelling van fondse om hierdie droogte se effek op ons boere te verlig, kom ver te kort, agbare voorsitter. Ons boere, wit, swart en bruin, groot of klein, is tesame een van die grootste verskaffers van werk in Suid-Afrika. Ons boere is ook die ruggraat van voedselsekerheid in Suid-Afrika en moet daarom gehelp en beskerm word. Die regering se aksies, of eerder die regering se niks doen, tekort aan vroegtydige en spoedige optrede met betrekking tot hulpverlening aan ons boere, getuig van die regering se absolute minagting van ons boere en ons plaaswerkers. Agbare voorsitter, dit het werklik nou tyd geword dat hierdie regering die waarde van ons boerderygemeenskappe moet besef en dit moet begin uitleef. Dit moet raak gesien word dat hierdie boere 'n konkrete deel van ons land se ekonomie uitmaak. Hierdie boere moet gewaardeer word en hulle moet gehelp word. Sonder ons boere kan hierdie land nie bestaan nie. En as gevolg daarvan, agbare Adjang voorsitter, kan die DA nie hierdie begrotings ondersteun nie.
Vryheidsfront Plus.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Agbare voorsitter, ons sit met 'n vreeslike krisis in die land. Ek het dit in 'n komiteevergadering 2 weke terug ook genoem, waar die droogtehulpfonds weggevat is van die Noordwes provinsie af as gevolg van wanbesteding. Ek het met die LER van Finansies gepraat wat aan my genoem het dat die relevante afdeling ook glad nie enige planne ingedien het wat addisionele droogtehulpfonds aanvra nie. En dit is kommerwekkend. Soos ons in die verlede al gesê, die landbousektor is die ruggraat van die platteland. The communities need to have the agricultural sector there. They need farmers there. As a result of that, there's employment, small businesses are thriving, and at the moment, with the farmers struggling as a result of the drought, it has a negative effect on everyone. People are unemployed. The farmers are not able to look after their animals. I think there's a misconception when I speak about farmers. We've got farmers of all races in South Africa. The main concern, Chair, is that government up to now hasn't come to the party with regards to drought relief. A gentleman from Treasury alluded that the communities and farmers must adapt to the drought that we are currently having in South Africa. That's unacceptable. After the discussion, he apologized and said that I was too sensitive towards the matter. Farmers can't adapt, Chair. They can't adapt to the drought. We must see to it that the necessary support is given to the farmers in our country. And the Freedom Front Plus will continue to fight for that support to come. Ons sal aanhou veg om toe te sien dat die landbouers in Suid-Afrika die nodige hulp kry wat hulle toekom, want dit is daar vir die voortbestaan van ons hele land. Ons het voedselsekerheid nodig. Dankie.
Dankie, Economic Freedom Fighters. Any declaration? No declaration, ANC.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, there can be no doubt that the ANC policies are progressive. And it is found in the purpose of this vote. which is to lead and support to promote agricultural, forestry, and fisheries resource management through these policies, strategy and program to enhance sustainable use to achieve economic growth, to create jobs, food security, and rural development and transformation. The most important commitment of all our citizens are to ensure that we grow economy, that create jobs. Jaka President ile abaya melao ya gagwe gore he's going to create the million tsa ditirelo. Ga ka bua fela go bua, o ile he put his tongue into practice. Ga tshwane le ba bangwe ba ileng gore ba tswella ba bua fela ba sa diriseng. The ANC acknowledged the challenges faced by the department that has recently reconfigured to ensure that all the resources pulled together to enhance government ability to address them. The right to food is entrenched in the Bill of Rights, Section 27 of our Constitution, which is the supreme law of our country. It is through the transformation of agricultural sector that the ANC government seeks to ensure that all citizens of our country have adequate food. And not just food, but healthy food. Iseng jaaka ba bangwe ba dira mo malobeng, mo mmusong wa kgatelelo. We commend the department program on agricultural food and health and food safety. The various outbreak of on animal health disease in the past that caused a great anxiety and scare amongst our people, and we take a serious note that a speedy response by the department before it's enella kote. Ke government e teletsweng pele ke African National Congress. It makes sure that before go direga seng e be e react. The rehability of our forestry is very important in our forest, and it is an important role to play in mitigating the effect of climate change. It is a serious concern to that as the ANC Parliament to see a number of wildfires destroying our trees and endangering our animals. As the ANC, we support this vote.
We have the declarations from all parties. All those in favor say yes. All those against say no. It's obvious that the yes have it. So, vote 24 carries. And now put vote 25 being economic development. Any objections? DA? No. Ryder, Honorable Ryder, who is speaking now?
I'm on my feet. The DA objects.
Daar is die team, daar is competitie. Freedom Front.
The Freedom Front Plus objects, and I've got a declaration.
Declaration. EFF.
EFF objects, no declaration.
IFP. ANC. Declaration, okay. So, someone indicated for a declaration. Is it the Freedom Front Plus? Yes, Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Vote 26, Energy. The purpose of this vote is to formulate energy policies, regulatory frameworks and legislation and oversee to ensure energy security.
Honorable Dutoy, economic development.
I apologize, Deputy Chair.
So you don't have a declaration?
You don't have a declaration.
Not on economic development. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable members, you want me to explain? We don't have a lot of time, but there was a little bit of a confusion between energy and economic development. That is what happened there. That's why I was just making sure whether the member was speaking on the correct vote. Honorable members, all those in favor say yes. All those against say no. Even if you shout, the yes have it and vote 25, economic development carried. It was just a shouting. We are listening to the weight. I now put vote 26. I now put vote 26, it's energy. Energy. Any objections, DA? DA?
The objects, Deputy Chair.
Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I object, and I've got a declaration as well.
Have a declaration. Economic Freedom Fighters. EFF.
EFF, object, Chair.
Thank you, EFF. IFP. ANC. Supports. Declaration of votes. DA. Freedom Front Plus, yes, now you are correct now.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair, the purpose of this vote is to formulate energy policies, regulatory frameworks, legislation, and oversee to ensure energy security, the promotion of our environmentally friendly energy carriers, and access to affordable and reliable energy for all South Africans. Agbare Voorsitter, volgens die 2019 nasionale makro-organisasie regering moet die Departement van Energie as ook die Departement van Minerale Hulpbronne teen 2020 saamgesmeld wees. Maar Voorsitter, hierdie begroting het tot gevolg dat die Departement van Energie gedoem is om te faal. Moontlik kan dit toegeskryf word aan die onkundiges wat nie op meriete aangestel is nie, aangesien die ouditeur-generaal dit herhaaldelik duidelik maak dat daar 'n tekort aan vaardighede is. Hoe is dit moontlik om R3 miljoen opsetlik te onderspandeer op die energiebeplanningsbeleid? Wetend dat Suid-Afrika 'n land met 'n wankelrige ekonomie beleggers as gevolg van die verdagte kragvoorsiening afskrik. Ons sal vandag sien in Suid-Afrika beerdkrag het weer begin. How is it possible, Deputy Chair, that government allows R250 million to be moved away from the electrification and energy program and project management? We need to plan. There needs to be projects. We're sitting in a dire state, and yet money is moved away. Is it not a core function of this department, formulating policies, regulating frameworks, and very important, ensuring energy security? The Energy Department is on a downward slope, Chair, and the brakes are disconnected. Maybe it's as a result of lack of skills. The Freedom Front Plus says, appoint people on the basis of merit only. Plan accordingly. Plan ahead. Allow skilled and qualified people the opportunity to help build this beautiful country. Voorsitter, die onvermoë om te reguleer en die onvermoë om te beplan en te bestuur het tot gevolg dat die ligte in Suid-Afrika gaan afgaan. Die instelling van beerdkrag is af. Dis 'n duidelike voorbeeld daarvan. The Freedom Front Plus does not support vote 26.
Die EFF, seker julle teë declaration. You are IFP, you don't have a declaration. ANC?
Thanks very much, Deputy Chairperson. The ANC congratulates the Department for gazetting the Integrated Resource Plan, our country blueprint to achieve security of energy supply through an energy mix of device technology up to 2030. Coal will continue to play a significant role in electricity generation as we have it in abundance. However, given the economic challenges that South Africa is currently experiencing and a global transition from fossil fuels to renewable resources of energy. The IRP also offers a timely opportunity for investment and stability in the energy supply. The ANC is concerned about the 250 million in an unspent fund allocated to ESCOM Integrated National Electrification Program. The ANC called on the department to provide capacity building support to municipalities struggling to implement the electrification program. Perhaps as part of oversight, Parliament must help government find solutions to the challenges that have been identified, which include implementation of grid connection in some municipalities starting late due to the municipal financial year being July to June. The lack of holistic infrastructure to ensure that the networks are extended in the most effective manner. Backlog in the deep rural areas where installation costs are much higher. Lack of skills and resources in municipality to play and manage this large electrification project, and long procurement processes in both ESCOM and municipality, delaying the start and completion of the project and the escalation of cost. As the ANC, we are pleased that government is developing the Petroleum Resources Development Bill, which will ensure policy certainty for upstream petroleum sector. This sector has tremendous potential to grow our GDP and create the much needed job. The IRP must be seen holistically with other major government policy initiatives that seek to rebuild the South African economy. Amongst them are the roadmap of ESCOM in a reformed electricity supply industry, released by Department of the Public Enterprise and the Economy Transformation, Inclusive Growth and Competitiveness, released by the National Treasury. The
Honourable Member, your
EFF
time
and
has
the DA
expired.
are unable to...
Your time has expired.
The ANC support, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you. Honourable members, the declaration is 3 minutes. So declaration is 3 minutes. Can we now go to the vote and request all those in favor say yes? Yes. All those against say no. Honourable members, that is vote 26, and the yes have it. So vote 26, it's carried, it's energy. Honourable members, it's 3 o'clock. Can we have a 5 minutes comfort break? Members, I don't want us to waste time if it's not necessary. But if really there are some of the people that cannot just sit like this, you know it. So we allow 5 minutes comfort break. And it's already 2 minutes past 3, so 7 minutes past 3 you must be back here.
the same thing from Regina. But it is the same thing. Please don't record. It's doing funny stuff. Yes. You know, so Lani records everything. No, he was dancing. Oh, okay, okay, okay. He was dancing. And you know, Zolani breaks himself. Is he also going? Because I saw you were already
Honorable members who may be seated, welcome back. One minute more, then we start. Where is our chief whip?
Ask those of my age about Salusa 45, they will tell you. Ask Alex there next to you. I now put vote 27, honorable members. Please, I've been trying to wait, but I see people are taking long. So I now put vote 27. Vote 27 is environmental affairs. Is there any objections? DA object? Economic freedom fighters?
EFF object.
Freedom Front Plus?
The Freedom Front Plus objects, Chair.
IFP? No objection. ANC? No objection. We take note of the objections of the parties. Is there any party that want to do a declaration of vote? DA? None. Freedom Front? EFF? None. ANC? None. So if there is no declaration of vote, can we then continue to the vote? All those in favor say yes. All those against say no. Thank you. It's obvious that the yes have it. The vote carries. Vote 27, environmental affairs carries. Thank you very much. I now put, is there any? There is no. I now put vote 28. Vote 28 is labor and unemployment, or is it employment and labor? It's not yet in that new name here in the guide, in the schedule, so it's labor. I now put it, and I want to hear, is there any objections, DA?
Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you called it the Department of Unemployment because that seems to be what it is, and the DA objects. Thank you.
I withdraw that I made that mistake of unemployment. I withdraw. Freedom Front Plus?
Deputy Chair, the Freedom Front Plus objects.
Economic freedom fighters?
The EFF objects, Chair.
There is nothing in this house that is obvious. Everyone must declare himself. IFP in Qatar Freedom Party, no objection. ANC, no objection. Is there any declaration of vote? DA? You want to? DA?
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Every quarter, unemployment is on the rise, bringing about more and more citizens becoming dependent on social grants and standing on street corners, begging to be able to survive. All the plans devised by the ANC to revive or to reignite the economy, to create jobs, has borne absolutely no fruit. Why? Because the ANC as the ruling party remains embedded in the rhetoric of its own revolution. South Africa has an abundance of natural resources, skills and enterprises, but the majority remain in poverty. 25 years ago, at the beginning of democracy, South Africa was one of the most admired countries, sitting with an abundance of international goodwill to have sustained a rate of economic growth. But, alas, instead of capitalizing on all the positives, the ANC has put us all on a road of absolute destruction through the implementation of new bad laws. The National Minimum Wage Act is one such law, which has worked against and not for those who are most needy of employment, as they have systematically been priced out of the labour market. With the DA's proposed Jobs Act, we can stimulate the economy to benefit South Africans, as the Act covers many interventions which will lead to the creation of jobs. Honourable Deputy Chair, what is now needed to boost the economy is strong leadership. Leadership that is not afraid to stand up to the unions who are holding this country to ransom and implement workable plans such as the report tabled by the Minister of Finance. Another aspect that needs urgent attention is the fact that this department needs to be taken to task for having an unspent budget. How is it at all possible that the department professes to look after those most vulnerable, has underspent on its budget. On the Community Works Programme, an amount of 300 million went unspent. This could have gone a long way to alleviate poverty, and then 175 million was unspent on the Jobs Fund. This while South Africa has one of the highest unemployment rates in the world, especially amongst our youth. This, Honourable Chair, is a slap in the face
Time
of the
expired,
unemployed
Honourable
and
Member.
is totally
Your time
unacceptable.
have expired.
Considering the above, the
your
DA
time
cannot
have
support.
expired.
It's not 3 minutes.
Honourable Member, really, on that one, on that one, I am not electronic. I'm not the clocks. The clocks is here and it is showing that your time is up. Don't come and argue with me about time. That one, I won't really tolerate. EFF, do you have a declaration of vote? If none, ANC.
There is nothing rhetorical about the phenomena of the labor growth beating employment, thus creating unemployment. The fact that the economy, the fact that the labor growth beat employment growth does not mean that the economy has not created jobs, but the inability of the job creation to absorb the increasing growing labor force is a matter that has to be appreciated. Honorable Deputy Chair, the ANC Parliament recognizes the nation's greatest resource is its people. Therefore, it is the working class that ensures that our country's economy continues to grow. And for this important fact, the ANC government will continue to ensure that the relations between the employer and the employee is enhanced so that it is able to contribute effectively towards a growing South Africa together. It is this democratic parliament that has ensured that a progressive labor regime is in place so that we are able to ensure that we cushion the effects and the general well-being of vulnerable workers. Honorable Deputy Chair, in order to ensure that employment across board comply with labor laws and pay employees what is rightfully due to them, sectoral determination laws must be heavily enforced without hesitation, and we need to ensure that indeed SARS provides us with a good model of the effective inspection and compliance unit. What is important, Honorable Chairperson, is that the Job Creation Fund is with Treasury, not with this department. I think it is also important to raise that there is nothing historical when he says what is confronting us is the legacy of apartheid colonialism, which continues to reflect scars of a sad and horrible past, which has left many people without skills, jobs, and assets. And therefore, what makes the situation worse is that the economy is not growing at the manner in which we had anticipated. But this department continues through its UIF, working tirelessly to ensure that there is contribution towards skills development. We continue to make sure that the number of workplace contracted diseases are also attended to. In concluding, Honorable Deputy Chair, the department must continue to strive to reduce unemployment, poverty, and inequality by pursuing the objective of decent work for all through employment creation, enterprise development, the setting of standards, and the protection of workplace rights, including the facilitation of equal opportunities and social dialogue, and the provision of social labor. The African National Congress rise to declare its support for this vote 28. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We are now going to the vote. All those, Freedom Front Plus.
With the DA. You started with the DA and then you moved to the ANC, Chair.
No,
I initially indicated that I want to do a declaration as
Honorable
well.
member, it's fine. Do your declaration. Can we have the time here because there is watchers inside also here.
I'm glad that you're asking for the time because it wasn't measured before. Voorsitter, is belangrik dat die huis besef wat elke departement se doel en mandaat is. Dan sal hulle ook dalk die erns van die dilemma waarin Suid-Afrika tans bevind besef. Chair, the Labour's vote's purpose, among others, is to reduce unemployment and poverty by pursuing the objectives of decent work for all through the following: enterprise development, setting standards for the protection of rights and work, and very important, including the facilitation of equal opportunities and social dialogue provision and social protection. Currently, 29.1% of South Africans are unemployed, Chair. The unemployment in South Africa is at the moment 5 times higher than in the rest of the world. Currently, 9.1% more people are unemployed in South Africa than in 1994, in spite of the state's efforts to be the main employer in this country. This is evidence that affirmative action affects not only minority groups, but all the people in South Africa in a negative way. The Labour budget was amended negatively by 1.9 million rand, and youth unemployment is escalated to an unprecedented 54.7%. Eskom se jaar tot jaar lewering van energie het afgeneem, voorsitter. Industrie se vervaardiging het die afgelope jaar afgeneem. Beleggersvertroue in Suid-Afrika het afgeneem as gevolg van onder andere beerdkrag en swart ekonomiese bemagtiging. Sowat 11 miljoen maatskaplike toelaas word tans maandeliks aan behoeftiges uitbetaal. En hierdie getal gaan as gevolg van die boonste omstandighede drasties toeneem. Suid-Afrika kan dit nie bekostig nie. Die VF+ sê doen weg met swart ekonomiese bemagtiging en regstellende aksie. Stel firmas in staat om vry te wees om handel te dryf en die ekonomie te stimuleer sonder om gebuk te gaan onder strawwe arbeidswetgewing. What the honourable member mentioned earlier of South Africa being in a dire state and unemployment as a result of apartheid, South Africa is currently worse off as a result of affirmative action. The Freedom Front Plus does not support vote 28.
Order, honourable member. Honourable members, let us go now over to the vote. All those in favour of vote 28, that is Labour, say yes. Yes. All those against, say no. No. I don't understand you, really. The yes have it, and Labour vote 28 is carried. Can we now go to, I now put vote 29. Vote 29 is mineral resources. And I want to start to ask, is there any objections, DA? Yes.
The DA objects.
Freedom Front Plus. EFF.
EFF objects.
Inkatha Freedom Party. ANC. The ports. So we are going over to declarations. Is there any declarations, DA? Freedom Front Plus, EFF, IFP, ANC. So then now, are we going to the vote? Since there is no declarations? Yes, we are going to the vote. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those against say no. No. Honourable members, we have put vote 29, and it's obvious the yes have it. Mineral resources. Now I put vote 30. Vote 30 is science and technology. Vote 30. Any objections? DA? Any objections?
The DA objects. Chair.
Freedom Front Plus, EFF,
EFF object, Chair.
IFP, ANC. We take note of the objection of the DA and the EFF. Am I correct? Yeah. We take note of the objection. Is there any declaration of vote, DA? Freedom Front Plus, EFF, IFP, ANC. So if there is no declaration, let's go to the vote. All those in favor say yes. All those against say no. I will ask someone that stand outside, must tell me, if you listen to the vote, to the weight of the vote, what do you feel? I will ask someone outside to do that. So it's obvious the years have it and science and technology carry. I now put vote 31, that is small business development. Small business development. We start with the objections. Any objections? The DA?
Agbare adjunkvoorsitter, die DA wil sy teenkanting aanbring. Dankie.
Teenstem. Vryheidsfront. Teenstem.
Deputy Chair, the Freedom Front Plus objects.
Object. EFF.
EFF object, Chair.
En dis nogal Matebula wat dit doen. IFP. ANC. No objections. We take note of the objections of the DA, the Freedom Front, and the EFF. Is there any declaration of vote? DA? Freedom Front? Freedom Front, they've got a declaration of vote. Whilst you are preparing EFF, any declaration? No. Freedom Front Plus?
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. The economy needs small business development. In fact, small businesses are what keeps local economies in South Africa alive and contributes to job creation. However, South Africa do not need a Department of Small Business Development. We have seen very little of the promised development of all small businesses and cooperatives that contribute to inclusive economic growth and job creation. In fact, we only see more jobs given within government which the state cannot afford. As long as the ANC policies are aimed at only creating jobs in government, small business development will not develop. Here's a lesson to the ANC. It's not the function of a government to create jobs. It's the function of a government to ensure that policies are in place aimed at developing businesses that will ultimately create jobs. This department is unnecessarily redundant, and the Freedom Front Plus cannot support this adjustment. Thank you, Chair.
ANC? ANC?
Good afternoon, Deputy Chairperson. Deputy Chairperson, the African National Congress is committed to small business development, especially for the youth and women. Small businesses are key actors for building more inclusive and sustainable economic growth. The department will contribute to the attainment of 2 million jobs target as set out by the President in the next 10 years. Deputy Chairperson, we commend the support given to 956 informal enterprises assisted financially through the National Informal Business Upliftment Scheme. This support was a joint program with Small Enterprise Development Agency. Therefore, Chairperson, the African National Congress fully support the medium-term budget policy statement and the adjustment appropriation bill for this vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, with the conclusion of the declarations, we are now going to receive the vote on vote 31, small business development. All those in favor say yes. All those against say no. It's equal, but it's just the yes is just a little bit stronger. So the vote 31 is carried. I now put vote 32. Vote 32 being telecommunications and postal services. Any objections, DA?
Die DA beteken ons beswaar aan.
Freedom Front Plus.
Deputy Chair, the Freedom Front Plus objects.
Economic freedom fighters.
Economic freedom fighters ayisekeli.
I don't understand what you have said. IFP, ANC, support. We are now going to request for declaration of vote. DA, Freedom Front Plus, EFF, IFP, ANC. If there is no declaration of vote, let's continue and go to the vote. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those against say no. Like I said, it's equal, but it's just that the weight is a little bit heavier on that side. So vote 32 is carried. Let us now go to vote, and I put vote 33. Vote 33 is tourism. Any objections? DA? Yes, Honorable Bosov.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The DA wishes to lodge its objection. Thank you.
The register objection. Freedom Front none. EFF.
Freedom fighters ayisekeli.
IFP. Support. ANC. Any declaration of vote? DA. EFF. Freedom Front Plus. IFP. ANC. If there is no declaration of vote, which vote? We are now busy with 33 tourism. So can we now have the voting? All those in favor say yes. All those against say no. Honorable members, really, Matebula, you could even hear it's just you. Yeah. So vote 33 tourism carried. I now put vote 34. Vote 34, being trade and industry. Any objections? Yes, Honorable Bosov.
Thank you, Chair. The DA objects.
And economic freedom fighters, EFF.
EFF object.
Freedom Front Plus. Freedom Front Plus support. IFP. Support. ANC. Any declaration of vote, DA? No. Is there a declaration of vote? No. EFF? No. Freedom Front Plus? IFP? ANC? No declaration of vote, then it means we are going to vote now on this vote, vote 34. All those in favor say yes. All those against say no. Honorable members, vote 34 carried because the years have it. Can we now go to vote 35? Vote 35 being transport. I put vote 35. Is there any objections? DA?
Deputy Chairperson, the DA says,
You agree? Economic freedom fighters. Economic freedom fighters.
The EF object, Chair.
The Freedom Front Plus. IFP. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
ANC. So we take note of the objections of.
I object.
Let me just take note of the objections. You haven't objected. Freedom Front Plus.
Yes, I was getting up. I object, and I've got a declaration as well.
Okay, you showed me the declaration, but you didn't object. So, declaration of vote, we will start with the DA.
You don't understand isiZulu, eh? Hi. Yeah, you've got AK-47s on your mind, man. Okay.
Members, come now.
Honourable Deputy Chairperson, for all the protestations of Minister Fixit about war rooms and the like to fix the Department of Transport, all he has achieved is a budget that bails out foreign interests and ignores the plight of commuters in South Africa. The department is underspent by a massive 640 million rand, funds that should have been allocated to fixing roads, railway infrastructure, and improving and seeking new mobility functions. This has resulted in a massive decline in commuters using this department's services, with receipts dropping from 326 million to 112 million rand. This sad state of affairs reflects the crisis of confidence in the ability of government to provide safe, reliable and sustainable transport solutions. To make matters worse,
Honourable members,
the department has seen fit to transfer a whopping 5.8 billion rand from PRASA to Sunrail over the last 2 years. What is the purpose of this transfer? Not road infrastructure, it's to plug the e-tolls debt at the expense of restoring rail infrastructure. And furthermore, very little, as I said, of this will go into road infrastructure. With all the razzmatazz in the world, the Minister and his department cannot hide the fact that his plan will make the desperate communities of our country pay for the mistakes made by his government. For these excellent reasons, the Democratic Alliance cannot support this budget. Thank you.
No, we hear you. Freedom Front, you say you don't have a declaration.
We can move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. EFF, no declaration. ANC, declaration. Landsman, Honourable Landsman, please.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair. An efficient transport system is crucial for the survival of our economy. We all remember that apartheid system, not any system, the apartheid system was designed in such a way that it serves the white minority, a few selected, at the expense of the black majority. However, the ANC has been working very well to ensure that our transport sector is transformed and serve all South Africans that has been excluded from the different backgrounds and through the integrated transport planning. Honourable Deputy Chair, one of the country's and continent's prestigious mode of travel, both passenger and cargo, is aviation. Through legislation and executive implementation, we need to transform this sector in ensuring the accessibility of majority of our people and future ensure that air travel reduce congestion in our roads, especially long distance travel. It cannot go without mention that the most least transformed sector is the maritime sector that to date remains exclusive sector for the rich. And the Minister was very clear and has indicated during his SONA debates that his intention to transform this sector from the white's hands to all that belongs black and white. In concluding, Honourable Deputy Chair, the ANC government holds a conviction that transform safe and reliable transport system that is safe and is very critical to connecting our communities and leading them to increase commercial enterprise activity. Honourable Deputy Chair, I stand here to declare on behalf of the ANC and support this vote 35.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Now we are going to take the vote. All those in favor? Say yes. All those who object? The yes is heavy. Okay. Yeah. The yes is heavy. Now we are continuing with vote number 36. Water and sanitation. Is it? Honourable Member, we are going to vote now at vote number 36. Is it any objection? Honourable Member?
Name the party, please.
Honourable Member?
The DA objects.
DA object. EFF?
The EFF objects.
FF plus.
The Freedom Front Plus objects, and I've got a declaration.
Okay. IFP. Sisonke.
We support.
Support. Oh, ANC. There's one declaration, FF plus.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair, the past week the Minister announced a much-needed master plan to manage the water crisis in South Africa. And what an utter disappointment. Again, the ANC show lack of understanding of the water crisis that we are facing. The Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation said on Wednesday that the master plan for addressing the water crisis in South Africa, as presented by the Minister earlier the week, it's unfunded. There is thus no budget for the implementation of this plan. Voorsitter, nie net bied haar plan weinig nuwe oplossings nie, maar is ook onrealisties met planne soos om nuwe boorgate te boor terwyl Suid-Afrika se grondwater reeds onder druk verkeer. Haar plan is bloot 'n verslag wat Suid-Afrika reeds weet. Daar is 'n droogte waarvan die regering op die oomblik weinig kan doen buiten om hulp te verleen aan die boere en gemeenskappe. Die minister versoek Suid-Afrikaners om spaarsamig met water te werk, maar bied geen plan van aksie vir die miljoene liters water wat deur munisipaliteite gemors word as gevolg van hulle gebrek aan instandhouding en herstelwerk nie. Die lekkasies dra daartoe by dat bruikbare water bloot verlore gaan. Daarom is die vraag na water hoër as die beskikbaarheid daarvan. Die ANC munisipaliteite skep effektiewelik 'n unieke droogte wat gekeer kon word indien die ANC basiese dienste gelewer het. Indien die ANC daadwerklik daartoe verbind is om oplossings vir die droogte te kry, voorsitter, sou haar plan aksies uitgestipel het om munisipaliteite se waterverliese te keer. Die minister se planne van waterbeperkings en besparingstariewe, droogtemaatreëls vir herverbruik van water is belangrik, maar spreek nie die ware oorsaak van Suid-Afrika se waterkrisis aan nie. Die Vryheidsfront Plus kan nie hierdie begroting ondersteun nie.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Ngita.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Chairperson, it's interesting, when we were debating the Department of Education, Honourable Dutoit raised an issue on the issues of sanitation, the challenges that are there. Now we are addressing the issues of sanitation. He's opposed to the budget. As the ANC, I rise, Chair, to support the 2019 Adjustment Appropriation Bill. Welcome the 3.8 billion allocation over the medium term to, amongst other things, provide water and sanitation to 325 and 286 schools respectively. I hope he's listening now. We further welcome that the fact that the government has allocated 241.9 million for emergency work and 65.3 million through the Citibank Water Board for the regional sewer scheme in the years of adjustment appropriation bill. We are, however, concerned about the 214.9 million rollover, which was meant to be spent on the emergency Vaal River system pollution remediation intention project in the Mfuleni municipality in Gauteng. Whilst rollover are important as per Treasury Regulation, Section 6.4 in 6.4, to avoid fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we argue the department to spend funds allocated to it for especially for intended purposes. So I therefore move the bill, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Now we are going to vote. Those are in favor, you can raise your hands. Say yes. Yes. Those who object, no. The yes is heavy. Abstain? No abstain. Okay. We continue to art and culture. Voting 37. Is it any objection? EFF.
The EFF objects and would like to make a declaration.
DA.
The DA objects.
FF plus.
The Freedom Front Plus objects.
ANC. IFP.
We support.
Okay. EFF in a declaration. Can you read the declaration?
House Chairperson, we will not stop talking about our history and how that history gets manifested today in thought and practice. To truly free ourselves from the grip of neo-colonialism, we need to focus on strengthening Afrocentric arts and culture institutions in this country. We need to stop celebrating and honoring things that cost us so much pain. We need to remove apartheid statues with no apologies, particularly here in Parliament, and take them to a dedicated apartheid museum as a reminder of our future generation under the theme, Never Again. We need to recognize the pain that this stem caused to the majority of our people, and the symbolic it still has to arc racists, and that having the stem still as part of our national anthem is offensive to the memories of all those who were killed by the racist government. The stem must fall with no apologies. Linked to these factors is the need to strengthen the use of our languages as African people. There is no reason why today, 25 years into democracy after attaining our freedom, it is still English and Dutch which dominates, which are dominant languages. It's Dutch. Even in government communication, we have been crying about lack of transformation in sports for the past 2 decades, and we have done nothing to entrench sports development in rural areas and in township. The likes of Makazole Mampimpi comes from rural areas with deep culture of playing rugby. There are thousands more Mampimpis in the Eastern Cape whose skills need to be nurtured, but the system excludes them. 25 years into democracy, still the ANC government begs these racists. The Department of Sports, Arts and Culture is a dismal failure in this regard. There is no vision, there's no plan, no ability to develop our sports and arts and culture. Therefore, we reject this bill. You are going to support it, and you are going to support anarchy. Yes. The EFF will never be part of anarchy.
Order, members. Thank you, honorable member. Any ANC? FF plus?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, I don't think the House realised what a culture of a certain ethnic group means, what it is. It's where you come from. If you do not know where your roots are, you do not know where you are heading. History has shown that for someone to go forward, they must look at the accomplishments of the past, as well as the problems that were faced in the past and the problems and the mistakes that people made. Honourable Chair, removing cultural statues that belongs to a certain ethnic group is not the solution. It's turning a blind eye. If it is so offensive to the other members in the House, I can make the example of having a stone and then just putting it under a rug. They're going to fall over it all the time. The Freedom Front Plus suggests...
Order, members.
The Freedom Front Plus suggests that other ethnic groups also start to put up statues of their own.
Honorable Chair,
Honorable members, I hope every one of you, uyafuna ukuzwa makakhuluma. Now nikhuluma nonke ngathi ningamaqoqo. Please.
yes, Honorable
Order,
Chair, I am calling a point of order because this honorable member is misleading the House. He's saying we don't know our roots, we don't know where we're coming from, and we don't know where he's coming from. We know where he's coming from and when did he come to this country. And therefore he's misleading the House when he says we don't know our roots and we don't know his roots. We know his roots. Thank you very much.
Okay, order, members, order. Okay, members. That's why I can't even hear when the member is speaking, because all of you are speaking. We'll check at the Hansard if there's anything wrong that he have said. Okay, honorable members, that's not a point of order, it's a point of debate. We'll raise it when we do another declaration. Thank you. Honorable member, can you please speak? Honorable members.
Chair.
Honorable member, I didn't allow you.
I'm rising.
I didn't allow you. It's only one member that stood up for order. Now you are provoked by him, now you want to make another order. Okay, let us hear your order.
House Chairperson, I'm rising on a point of order. We can't sit here and being insulted and being told that we don't know our roots. It is on Hansard, and this honorable member must withdraw that statement. It is not a point of debate. This is a very important debate where they know that their forefathers have killed our people. We can't be sitting here and being insulted. And he's not made to withdraw. This member must withdraw.
Thank you, honorable member. I've taken a ruling on this matter. Honorable member, can you please continue?
Chair, I'm rising on a point of order, please. My point of order is the fact that it does not matter who speaks in this House, the chair must protect that person. Whether it's the ANC, the EFF, the DA, or the Freedom Front,
Honorable member, sit down.
You must protect,
Sit
and
down.
you are not protecting.
Sit down, honorable member.
I am
Sit
addressing
down.
you. Are you going to make a ruling on the protection? Please do your job. Please do your job. Please do your job.
No, Chair. You are not. Salapans, yes. I've taken honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Luna halibu wala mamelo. Marabatu baba ngaliba mameli. Kukupale mamele. Mamele. Please. What the member is saying is out of order because I've taken a ruling on this matter already. So, honorable member, can you please stand up and continue?
I want your House to listen. Honorable Chair, what I said was, if you do not know where you're coming from, if you don't have a heritage, then you cannot be proud. I want, the Freedom Front Plus suggests that other ethnic groups in South Africa and cultural groups in South Africa start to come together on their own in their different ethnic groups and also put up statues to commemorate the people that went before them. All groups in South Africa must be
your time is
protected.
finished. Sit down. ANC. Akeli Thule.
Thank you, Chair. I-Freedom Front apha mhlali ngaphambili idibanisa into engayaziyo thina siyazazi uba sivela apha sivele eDutch zange size noYan van Riebeeck ngumhlaba wethu lena. I-EFF mayeke udibanisa indwendwe ne-visitors uMaphimbi ukwasport akekho kwa-arts and culture Nkosi mhlali ngaphambili. The adjustment on the arts and culture vote of funds are to ensure that the sector contributes to sustainable economic development and hence job creation by preserving, protecting and developing South African arts, culture and heritage to sustain and social cohesive and democratic nation. Arts, culture and heritage play an important role in nation building. This sector has the potential to contribute to the growth and development of society. We support the environment that will ensure that arts and culture with the various identification departments integrated their integration to promote awareness and education, support victims and increase accesses to justice. This is important in the fight against the escalating levels of gender-based violence and femicide in our country. We welcome the progress that has been done to ensure that we promote and protect our heritage, such as Sarah Batman Center of Remembrance in Hanki, Eastern Cape, as well as upgrading of the National Archives building. We do note that there are various challenges in the implementing heritage and infrastructure program. These challenges must be urgently attended to so that they can contribute to the transformation and the heritage promoting and protecting agenda. The ANC support the adjustment vote of arts and culture. Asibuye Dutch, slap.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Now we are going to vote. Honourable members, is it any party that is objecting? Objection? Honourable members who are on the vote number 37. That's why you don't know on what, because we are busy talking, we are not following what we are doing. Honourable member?
The DA objects.
DA object. EFF?
The EFF objects.
FF plus?
Honourable Chair, the Freedom Front Plus objects.
IFP?
We support, ma.
ANC? Okay. Those who say yes? Those say no? The yes is heavy.
Order, Chair.
Go, my mates.
Chairperson, it can land in 37. I find it number 38.
Ke khona re ya ko 38 ya no. Warasa, that's how sound good.
Well, on 37, she said 37.
Honourable member. Yes, ma'am. Honourable members who are continuing with a vote 38. Hey, we are cookies away now, yes.
Chair,
Honourable member.
Chair, on a point of order, we did the declarations on arts and culture, but we didn't vote on 37.
We did.
We didn't.
We did. Honourable members, now those who object, go 38. Go 38. EFF object. Okay.
On record,
Noted.
the EFF objects.
Noted. DA.
The DA objects on 38.
On 38.
Yes.
Object. Thank you. FF plus.
The Freedom Front Plus objects, Chair.
Thank you. IFP.
IFP support.
Thank you. ANC. Okay, there's no declaration, ne? Ingavumbuki ke. Okay. Then, Siku 38. Now we are going to vote. Those who are in favor, say yes. Those who object. Hey, utlakao mulala wena. The yes is heavy. Siyakuba. Honourable members, now we are going to vote 39. 39 on Rural and Development Land Forum. Whew. Any objection? EFF.
Make a declaration, Chairperson.
Okay. DA.
Thank you, Deputy House Chair. The DA objects and want to make a declaration.
Thank you. FF plus.
Thank you, Chair. The Freedom Front Plus objects and also wants to make a declaration.
Thank you. IFP.
This is support.
Siyabonga. ANC. Okay, thank you. EFF declaration.
Chairperson, the EFF objects to the adjustment of the Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reform adjustment. At the center of all the failure of this government to resolve the colonial and apartheid question of land dispossession. 25 years after the attaining political freedom, whites still own 70% of the land and Africans just less than 4%. The various land reform interventions made since 1994 have dramatically failed. Rather, beneficiaries of colonial and apartheid theft have benefited the most from the post-1994 land reform experiment. The illegitimate owners of the Malamala Game Reserve were gifted R1 billion and are still benefiting from the partnership arrangements there. Billions of rands have been spent on buying stolen land from the white settlers since 1994. And we have not seen the same amount of money invested in ensuring that black beneficiaries of land reform are supported. In addition, the Department of Agriculture has been paying lip service to the development of black farmers for a while. There is no coherent plan to support new entrants to sectors, and those already in it are struggling because the government support comes in an uncoordinated manner. There is over 150 billion rand sitting at the land bank since 2009, for instance, meant for agri-BEE agreements. None of this money has been used for the development of black farmers, so we reject this budget and vote.
Thank you, Honourable Member. It's so nice because other people listen to you when you speak. DA, declaration.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. We sit with the problem of inequality in ownership because of what the ANC is doing in this country and specifically in this department. this department is refusing to give black South Africans in tribal areas the same dignity and economic freedom than the rest of that the rest of South Africans enjoy by not allowing them to own the land on which they stay. It is being held by government. Whether it's 13%, because now the honourable member from the EFF said only 4%, while the other extra 13% is not on the people's name because it's held by the ANC government. This department also refuses to give black South Africans who are beneficiaries of land reform and land restitution title to the land because, according to them, the ANC, black South Africans cannot be trusted with the land in their hands. That is unacceptable and it must change. Therefore, the Democratic Alliance cannot and will not support this oppressive budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. FF Plus. Aganai. ANC.
I was thinking for a moment, the Honourable Dodova was raising in a point of order, standing in a point of order. Honourable Chair, land reform in the past has shown that government is having a hard time to effectively implement their policies. Agri-Parks initiative shows the disparity between the national and provincial government's approach in the communal agriculture programs. We have seen that the lacking technical and market-related support by especially provincial departments leaves these farmers effectively on their own. Government should urgently reconsider their approach into the agri-parks and farmer support. The focus of land reform should be to ensure food security across the different markets. Honourable Chair, it is my privilege to say that white South Africans can show proof where they purchased land. So I dare the Honourable Member to show that land was stolen. The Freedom Front Plus does oppose vote 39.
Please,
Thank you,
Honourable
Chair.
Member, let me hear the order. Yes, ma'am.
House Chairperson, we cannot sit here and listen to lies. These people must produce proof where they purchased that land. It is then we can keep quiet about the land. They must give us proof. Where did they purchase that land? Or did they dish out the land from one another? Who sold them that land? You must not read things that are not relevant here.
Honourable Member, can you please continue? Are you done? FF Plus, are you done? ANC?
This thing. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. The ANC support this vote precisely because we understand the magnitude of the challenges of land delivery in South Africa. And we are the first to admit that we have not done more in terms of ensuring that we transfer the land to the people, whether it is in line with the land tenure system, restitution or redistribution of land. And we are saying that we are going to pursue this and we need to support this department because we must ensure that we transfer land to the people. To this end, we have set up an ad hoc committee that facilitates this particular process in Parliament. But more importantly, the government is committed to ensure that at the end of the day, land is redistributed to the people. I think it is so wrong for anyone to say they purchased land at some point. We know for the fact that in 1913, there was the Land Act that was promulgated to dispossess African people of their land. And to perpetuate this particular matter further, in 1936, the government, the apartheid government, did that. And as a result of that, many black people were displaced. And we are not going to behave like the EFF who grab and then take land in a very irresponsible way. We are going to ensure that we do this in an orderly way, in a way that inspires confidence, and in the way that will restore the land to the people of this country. But importantly, Honorable Chair, we are going to use land as an economic activity, land to unlock opportunities, land to achieve issues of nutrition and land distribution as such. And as the ANC, we want to support this department to say, go ahead, we are going to do everything in our power to ensure that indeed, at the end of the day, land is redistributed to the people, and the beneficiaries thereof are the poorest of the poor. And along those particular lines, we say, we support the department, we support this vote, and we support the programs of the department to ensure that. Thank you very much.
Order, members. What a point of order, ma'am.
I'm rising on a point of order. We want to place it on record as the EFF that since we arrived in Parliament, people know that the land was dispossessed from them, and people are fighting for their land. And we as the EFF will stop at nothing but help our people get back their land.
Order, members. That's not a point of order. Can we continue, members? Can we continue? Order. Let's go to the vote. Honorable members, let us continue. Ekumnandi namhlanje, ne? Those in favor, say yes. Those who object, those who are abstain. Okay, the yes is heavy. Honorable, okay.
As Chair, I'm asking for a division, please, because I'm not sure whether the yeses have it or the noes have it.
No. Why division now? Honorable member, we are continuing with vote 40. Sports and recreation, South Africa. Any objection? Okay.
Point of
Assist.
order, Honourable House Chair. The process is after you've said yay or nay in terms of Rule 65, page 28 of our valuable rules, you will see in point 1, after the question has been put and the officer presiding has indicated whether the yeas or the noes have it, any member may demand a division. So I am demanding a division.
It's fine.
Thank you.
It's fine. Let's go. Those who are in favor say yes. Honorable members, can we make a show of hands? Because this is our lalapa. Order, honourable members. A division has been called. I'll ask that for more members are in favour of the division. I would also like to continue members that during division, no debate will be allowed. Honourable members, question. Those who agreed, can you please show your hands? Yeah. It was okay. Those who object, okay. Those who abstain, honourable members, the results, those who are on favour are 36. Objection 15. Abstain 0. Abstain 0. Honourable members, we are continuing to vote 40. 4-0.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. I'm just standing on a point of order. Firstly, I want to say thank you for following the right process, and you are the first one, and this is the first time that the process has been correctly followed today in all divisions, that it has been followed. The whole day, divisions has been done wrong. There has never been asked for 4 members to support a division. And I think that the presiding officer should go on some training session during December when we come back next year, that they are fresh in their minds. Thank you.
Oh, Chief Whip.
Thanks, Chair. The honourable member has been repetitive, irrelevant, and therefore his point of order doesn't stand in this House. We've been following the correct process till to date.
Thank you, Chief Whip. Order, members. Sesiyaqeda. Now any objection on vote 40? Objection? Honourable member?
Chairperson, do I need to climb on the chair to be recognized for a point of order? Because I can do so. I raised on a point of order before you went on to vote 40.
I'm on vote 40 now. If you are not on vote 40, I'm not with you. I'm on vote 40.
I know you're not with me because you ignored me. I rose on a point of order. And you didn't look around And I can't put on the microphone. So what do I do if the chairperson don't want to recognize anyone raising on a point of order?
Honourable Member, I'm on vote 40.
Chairperson, I raise on a point of order. You cannot just look at me. Answer me, please. I raise. You have to rule.
Honourable Member, I'm always watching you undermining this table. I'm saying to you,
Chairperson,
I'm on vote 40. If you are not on vote 40, please sit down.
Chairperson, I take exception that you do a personal thing and sit, I'm undermining the table. Maybe you should go for training by somebody else than the table.
Honourable Members, order, members, order. Can you please sit down, all of you? Sit down, all of you. I didn't recognize you. Sit down. Honourable members, hey, you are going to stuck with me for 5 years. Don't try to confuse me. Honourable members, now we are on vote 40. Sit down. Honourable Member, can you please sit down? Honourable Members, order, honourable members, can we please continue with vote 40, please? I think I'll take you out now because I can see that you are undermining me. Sit down, I didn't recognize you. Sit down. And listen to my ruling. I'm ruling now. We are continuing with vote 40. Honourable members, is it any objection on vote 40? FF plus?
Thank you, Chair. The Freedom Front Plus objects.
DA?
The DA objects to vote 40.
EFF?
EFF object, Chair.
IFP? ANC? Okay. Since members, there's no declaration. Is it any declaration? There's no declaration. Yakubek. Honourable members, since there's no objection, honourable members, and no declaration, yeah, then can we continue, members? Since there are members that didn't agree, those who agreed, can we please raise our hands? Those in favor? Those who object? Those who abstain? The yes is heavy. Okay. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, honorable members. Members, that concludes the consideration of the votes. I shall now put the schedule. Are there any objections to the schedule being agreed to? No objections? Is there objection? Yes, honorable member.
Deputy Chair, thank you. Yes, we'd like to object to the schedule and make a declaration on the overall bill.
Make the declaration on the schedule or on the bill?
On the bill.
On the bill, because the declarations come after the bill.
Thank you.
So, we take note of the objection, the schedule is agreed to. Yes, Honorable Tutue.
Thank you, Chair. The Freedom Front Plus also objects to the schedule. No declaration.
We take note of the objections. This means if there is objections, we just need to call into, we just need to hear the yes or the no's because there is an objection. All those in favor, say yes. Yes. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the schedule is agreed to. I shall now put the question in respect of the 8th order. The question is that the bill be agreed to, and in accordance with Rule 63, we shall first allow political parties to make their declarations of vote if they so wish. Remember, the time for declarations is 3 minutes maximum. And I will give it in the same order that we started. We will now request the DA for the declaration.
Dis my plek D. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. When we said we wanted to see more members of the ruling party in orange, we meant overalls, not necessarily what you're wearing today. Deputy Chairperson, a budget is drawn up to give effect to the promises that government has made to its people. To ensure that we deliver that what has been promised, a fine balancing act is required, remembering that the fiscal envelope has its boundaries, and yet there are many needs and imperatives that need to be fulfilled. And so in February of each year, the Finance Minister delivers his budget speech, and there is much horse trading as interest groups lobby for bigger slices of the pie, a pie which has been ever decreasing as the ruling party has been snacking on the ingredients before the rest of us get our chance to the meal. The budget sets the agenda for the executive. Money is prioritized and spent where it is most needed. That prioritization is not done without careful consideration, and it must be emphasized that where money is appropriated, there are always other departments, communities and interest groups who are disappointed through the lack of priority shown for their particular needs and wants. And so when it comes to the mid-year adjustment of appropriations, one is given insight into how government departments have chosen to prioritize their work. What a disgrace. Programs where spending is needed to lift the quality of life for our citizens are ignored and forgotten. Declared underspending is a sign of a lack of political will to attend and spend people's money on things that they were promised. My colleagues have already highlighted the worst abuses in their earlier declarations. Underspending of 700 million rand on detectives in the police when crime is at the level that it is at. When detectives are constantly working without resources and training because of budget, cease. Underspending on health, underspending on EPWP, small business and the jobs fund when the country so desperately needs economic growth. No underspending, there's been no underspending on VIP protection and ministerial comforts. And do we see money being moved and spent on the drought, on the environment? Not a cent. The adjustment appropriations bill is a slap in the face of the voters that have put us up here. And not only does the DA not support it, but we distance ourselves from the message that this adjustment appropriations bill sends. This bill is anti-poor. This bill is anti-development, it's anti-growth, and it's anti-South African.
Economic freedom fighters, do we have a declaration? Yes, continue.
There are serious concerns around the declared unspent funds by national departments, which is part of the factors that led to budget being adjusted. And we believe this should not disadvantage social programs meant for the poor. This amount to 3.9 billion, this amount to 3.9 billion with a projected under expenditure of 1.1 billion for the current financial year on service delivery and delays the completion of critical projects, which are of utmost importance in economic growth and job creation. Most importantly, part of the unspent fund include the Employment Creation Facilitation Fund, 157 million, and the Community Works Program, 300 million. These are critical programs for poverty alleviation, job creation, and fighting inequality in our society. EFF doesn't support the bill.
Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Since I've made declarations on almost all the votes, I believe that the House know what the Freedom Front Plus opinion towards this is. I'm not going to be repetitive. We do not support the bill. Thank you.
ANC, Honourable Kiva.
Camagu mhlali ngaphambili. Masiqale sithi le bill kakhulu njengoko niwazi bumbutho wesizwe awuphozisi maseko ekuyimeleni into kokubana simele isininzi sabantu esisokolayo nesitsala nzima kweli lizwe. Ngoko lo mthetho osihlomelo ingxamu yawo ijongene ngqo nokuqinisekisa into yobana sikhupha abantu bakuthi entluphekweni sibabekwe endaweni ethe tyeye into kokubana bazive bengabanini balomhlaba. The appropriation bill ensures greater focus in confronting the challenges that are facing our nation. The Honourable, the President of the Republic, in the two sonars that he presented earlier this year, made it clear that we have got programs that are implementable and the implementation is already underway in ensuring that we confront all these challenges that face our nation. Implemented effectively, this appropriation bill provides a platform for renewal, inclusive growth, job creation, as well as directing our spending to our most pressing national priorities, including education and early child development, especially the focus on the early child development centers, as it were. If we invest in education, we will never go wrong. One of the prominent writers say, if you want prosperity for a short term, you grow maize. If you want prosperity for a medium term, you grow trees. But if you want prosperity for a lifelong term, you grow people. And education plays a role specifically on that role. The budget presents a roadmap to maintaining the integrity of our public finances. How many times should we emphasize on that point? We do so whilst protecting our social services. We acknowledge that the learning and education functions receives the largest share of spending. It provides access to basic and higher education. It develops skills, provides training, and contributes to social cohesion. Priorities in this function include improving school and student housing infrastructure and providing bursaries for tertiary students from poor and the working class families. Spending grows from 354.8 billion to 442.6 billion over the medium term at an average annual growth of 7.6%. Provinces and municipalities play a crucial role in advancing the economic development of their respective precincts. Fully functional.
Your time is expired.
In short, the ANC is very supportive and it says that we must take this thing forward and continue with the implementation. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, we shall now proceed to the voting on the question. And I would like to request honorable members to vote by raising their hands. I've already put the question. So those who's abstaining, let me start with those abstaining. There is no abstentions. Yes. Honorable members, those who vote against. Against. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable members, those who vote in favor. Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable members, the results of the voting is as follows. Those who voted in favor is 31. Members who voted against is 14, and those that abstained was 0. The majority of members have voted in favor. So I therefore declare the bill agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. If there is any request for an objection, we will note it now. All of you have objected, you have declared, you have done everything, which means the bill is agreed to.
Thank you very much. Sorry? Yeah. Come on. Thank you very much, members. Huh? Doesn't matter. Thank you very much, members. We have now come to a point where we need to do and deliver farewell speeches to mark the end of the term, appropriately so. I will now invite members of political parties or political parties to deliver their own end of the year speeches. I will start with the DA on my left. The DA.
Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, fellow South Africans. It still feels like just yesterday we were all out on the campaign trail speaking to thousands of South Africans on what issues mattered to them in this election. Now, 7 months later, we are wrapping up the first session of the 6th Parliament, Reflecting on this year really makes one note and appreciate that time really flies by. I say that again, time flies by. But not all time is lost. 4.5 years remain of this sixth democratic parliament. At this moment in the term, we do not really require farewell speeches. We need planning speeches, visions to outline our roadmap of how we, as members of the upper house of this bicameral parliament, would like to be remembered come 2024. The activities of the NCOP this year alone reflects once again the shortfall of recognizing the true purpose and nature of this house. The rushing of bills in committees and plenaries, galvanizing the false sentiment that we are a rubber stamp to the National Assembly. The failure of interrogation legislation with the most optimal inclusion of provincial interests and the lack of political will in holding the executive to account through the various mechanisms that allows for such engagement. I want all of us to visualize an NCOP that acts and functions like a true upper house. I want us to imagine an NCOP that operates like a first chamber, provides expertise to legislation like a House of Lords, and has the respect of the nation like a Senate. And just like in any upper house in any country, the interests and needs of the provinces we represent are what should drive us to deliver the best quality of work in the national legislature. We are not the National Council of Parties. We are the National Council of Provinces. It is about time we start acting as such. If you look at parliaments and congresses across the world, you would find that both the lower and upper houses hold unique powers to each other. Why then should the National Assembly have the only say when it comes to electing the president? Why can't that power be balanced with the NCOP having the ability to confirm cabinet members nominated by the president? Does this not speak to a truer balance of powers after all? The NCOP is effectively the checks and balances of the National Assembly and indirectly the National Executive. What happens to the days of rigorous debate? What happened to the filibustering? We are the last point of departure of often life-changing or life-damaging pieces of legislation before they arrive to the President's desk. We owe it to the democratic project that we make the most of our role as an upper house and really ensure the maximum processing of legislation. And we had a true example of that this morning when Honourable Karim referred to the rushing of taxation bills and not spending the correct amount of time to a bill. There is a problem when the media labels this House as the National Council of Pointlessness, or more commonly, Shady Pines, an allusion to be a dumping ground for expired cadres. Respect is earned only once we as members in this House take our role seriously and apply it with careful and correct interpretation of our functions as laid out in the Constitution. We, the public, will follow suit. Unlike the National Assembly, in fact, unlike any other upper houses across the world, we have the unique feature of combining all spheres of government. The South African Local Government Association, SALGA, is permitted to take part in House debates. Members of the 9 provincial legislatures occupy special delegate seats with voting powers. And the national government is accountable to this House through our committees when dealing with legislation. Time really flies by, as I said in the beginning. But while we still have enough time, we can embark on a journey of truly altering the NCOP into a real, respectable, unique upper house of Parliament in the time remaining. I would like to lastly give a word of thanks to all those involved in the House, from the members to the table staff to the office staff. We are all responsible for the functioning of this chamber. Go forth and enjoy your festive holiday with your friends and families and loved ones, but come back with more motivation and energy than ever before. We will need it if we truly wish to change the NCOP for the better. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Labuskakne. The next speaker is going to be Honorable Makause of the EFF.
House Chairperson, this end of another term of this House couldn't have come at a better time than now, when the country is battling with violence against defenseless and vulnerable women and children who are killed and raped mercilessly by sick men, some very close people who seem to believe that they own their bodies. When the country, hardly few weeks after the much-hyped up false unity supposedly brought by the Springbok Rugby World Cup victory, is still grappling with sickening racism, which has once more reared its ugly head recently in the Eastern Cape, where it claimed a life of a father of two, Anele, who was brutally murdered by a white, sick, racist farmer who referred to him as Satan, whilst he referred to himself as the chosen one. Talk about a clear case of white racial supremacy. This breaks, Chairperson, comes at a time when the communities of Kailicha, Guguletu, Nyanga, and the Cape Flats are struggling to cope with high murder rates. Here in the Western Cape, crime and drugs is at high. This is despite the army and large contingent of police being deployed to this area. This break, Chairperson, comes at a time when millions of South Africans ravaged by poverty don't know what they are going to eat tonight, let alone during Christmas. It comes at a time when millions of our people across the country, Gauteng, KZN, and here in the capital of racism, the Western Cape, are faced with real threats of floods and rains continue to explore the bad spatial planning, which at the heart of it is landlessness caused by the failed policies of land and the inadequate and, in some instances, non-existence of infrastructure. Yet we are told there's good governance. Finally, this break, Chairperson, comes at a time when the country's SOEs, such as SAA, SABC, PRASA, Denel, Eskom, and the list goes on, are at the brink of collapse, with many already in that state. Yet we are told there's a good story to tell. All this in courtesy of the ANC, which has ran the country down over the last 25 years through its bad policies, cadre deployment, corruption, and party of state capture. In closing, Chair, let me take this opportunity to challenge all members of this House to not go on holiday this festive season, but to use the break to reflect on our performance and reach out to millions of South Africans on the ground who are ravaged by social ills such as racism, gender violence, crime, poverty, and unemployment. Don't be obsessed with selfies. Lend a helping hand. And to the South African Rugby Union, I challenge you to start an anti-racism awareness campaign in all your local and international games to rid your game of racism, regardless of the amount they spend on the rugby ticket. To the majority of South Africans, please enjoy your festive season and make sure that you spend it wisely with family and friends. Look out for criminals, rapists, and racists who continue to kill innocent black people. and stay away from alcohol, don't drink and drive. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Lucas.
Chairperson of the NCOP, House Chairperson, our Chief Whip of the NCOP, permanent and special delegates present here today. Let me also observe the presence of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, someone who we appreciate a lot and to whom we owe a lot of gratitude for the support that she's giving us, particularly as women in this parliament. Since each generation must confront the living reality of its own situation and accept its own call to battle, let this be our call to stand firm in advancing the resolve to positively transform the lives of our people. We, the generation of the sixth parliament, we must therefore pledge to take it upon ourselves to advance and deepen the call to become an activist parliament. An activist parliament that can be seen as an organ of people's power. An institution that advances the democratic goals through an active and mobilized citizenry. Problem with us, if we stand here and we speak, we want to say it should be a house of provinces, not of parties, but we still act as if we are representing our parties here. We tend to forget that without one another, we don't have a National Council of Provinces. So if we don't involve our people and make sure that they participate properly in the legislative process, we will remain the one that we will criticize ourselves. Because if you criticize yourself, who will correct you if you don't take that criticism to build and to advance a better trajectory? We should not be reminded of our constitutional responsibility by the court. And we must make sure that we proactively immerse ourselves in the resolve to advance this constitutional mandate that we so, according to ourselves, understand. Let us use our proximity to power to improve the material conditions of our people's lives. Let us not just conduct oversight for the sake of oversight and for the sake of compliance. Let our recommendations and our interventions reflect the heart and the needs of our communities in clearly observable terms. These recommendations and interventions must be driven by a vibrant and responsive contingent of NCOP members. We should see value for the time we spend conducting oversight. It must be outcome-based with tangible and measurable results. And as an activist parliament, we should have members who are rooted in their communities, who use their parliamentary constituency offices as a catalyst for community outreach. Our statements and our questions in the House must be informed by the plight of our people, whom we interact with on a daily basis. To this end, we should be true to the character and the mandate of the NCOP, that ours is to advance the interests of our provinces. We cannot have a parliament which is not representative of the political will, of the social diversity, and the ethno-democratic realities. We cannot have a parliament which is not active and effective in its constitutional functions at local and national level, which is not accountable to the people it serves, and will never be to act as an engine of democracy, nor will it succeed in meaningfully advance the socio-economic development of our country. Equally, no activist parliament can exist without an active civil society. Moving forward, We need to develop a true partnership with civil society because the challenges of the developmental state necessitates that we activate a formidable social contract with strategic partners across all levels of society so as to effectively reverse the impact of poverty and inequality. We need civil society as parliament. We cannot substitute one another. And the reason why I'm saying this is that in many instances, we allow things to get out of our hands, and civil society think that they need to substitute us in the importance of our oversight over the executive. There is no such. We need to cooperate thus more effectively with civil society, but also whilst we recognize each other's unique role. Parliament, as an organ of people's power, over the years, has used sectoral parliaments as a platform for marginalized communities to interact with the public representatives on critical issues that affect their lives. For instance, this year, on the 29th of August, we held a successful first Women's Parliament in the 6th term of administration, and that served as a launching pad to kickstart the provincial review sessions of the 1994 Women's Charter for Effective Equality, a review process that will assess the efficacy of the structural arrangements in place, particularly as they pertain to the national gender machinery, gender budgeting processes, and related matters. Furthermore, the review processes will culminate in the adoption of improved legislative oversight mechanisms while advancing to remove all structural, institutional, and cultural barriers that continue to impact the pace of transformation as it pertains to gender equality. I want to come to the issue of gender-based violence. It is something that we want to speak to. And it's something that through all these programs, through our programs, we need to advance to resolve to force strong relations with everyone that have an interest to make sure that we change South Africa to the better. Our 16 days of activism program in Parliament, an event, was supposed to be an internal program. But from outside, we are getting so much positive feedback in terms of the fact that we brought an activist, someone that is a survivor of gender-based violence, Dr. Koli Notchulwana, someone who spoke and who wrote a book about the trauma that she suffered through her life, where some of our own members expressed the activism in the fight that they are advancing against gender-based violence. So we, as the parliamentarians, we have a responsibility to take the lead in all these programs, that we must make sure that we are showing people-centered activism, that we roll out our campaign in a way that will involve all people of South Africa, that our social and material, that we galvanize all social and material resources of society in order to reverse the grave impact of gender-based violence. This is a campaign that will enable us to make sure that we are rooted within our communities. Honorable members, I can see my time is flying, and I really want to say a lot. But I want to say that we have observed, since we started the planning of committees, the planning of the NCOP, our engagement with SALGA and our other partners in our first engagement, in our induction, how we made sure that this NCOP is truly rooted in the structures where it is supposed to be rooted. That is the kind of things that you do. We have observed how committees have worked very hard. I know there was, in some instances, too little time to do so much, but we have observed what our members have been doing, and we want to express our appreciation to those that were here before us. You took us really into your fold, and you give us guidance. Even the Honorable Labus Kachni, the way she tried to give us guidance, those that we accept and those that we don't accept. But that is something that we appreciate, and we really want you to come back. So if you think the last 6 months was rough, watch out how 2020 is going to be even more rough for all of us. We must work hard, and we must work together to make a difference, to make a change in the lives of our people. As ek hier staan, dan wil ek vir u sê, van almal, table staff, skoonmakers, die caterers, almal hier, almal, partye, dit is lekker. Julle het my gebrei, julle het my gekook, Maar julle sal my nie garkry nie. Nie julle nie. Maar ek wil ook vir u sê, laat ons almal, laat ons rus. Ons kan werk, maar laat ons rus. Laat ons die vakansie geniet. Maar laat ons ook seker maak, ons vier 'n heilige Christusfees. Die van ons wat die Christusfees observe. Laat ons dit heilig maak. En laat ek vir u sê, if you think we were difficult, we will even be more difficult in 2020. Because now we understand our role much better. We understand our role much better. But I really want to ask you, enjoy the holidays. Come back safely. Don't do what I won't be doing, because we want all of you back in 2020. Arrive alive en hou op om te drink en te bestuur. Agbare voorsitter, aan almal wil ek sê, wees geseënd. 2019 eindig ons op 'n baie hoë noot. Mag ons 2020 nog op 'n hoër noot begin. Baie dankie.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mfaela. Honorable Chairperson Nyambose and the NCOP members, as we draw closer to 2019, we recall that hard work we have been doing over and above our commitment to this August House. Of course, I am referring to the recent national and provincial electoral period. For most of us, the work began in 2018, whereby we started our party work in anticipating for 2019 election. Putting aside our differences for this moment, it brings a great pride in my life to know that every 5 years we hold a democratic election in South Africa without any uncertainty for this vital component of democracy being questioned. After May 8 election this year, we did not stop and rest. We plugged forward into parliament activities. To this end, Nyambos, I believe we have achieved great strides and have been changes in many political arenas. As public representatives, we know our work never really stops, whether it be by going back to our communities or attending to party needs. The end of 2019 must bring about the first opportunity for us to take really rest, regroup with our families and loved ones, but most importantly, be safe. We must come back in 2020 fully rejuvenated and ready to respond to the needs of our great country. As we enter a new decade, Mr. Chairperson, 2020 must and will bring about harder and smarter work from all houses of parliament and all branches of our state. We wish to fully collaborate in order to dedicate the decade to the full and comprehensive service delivery, innovations and social support to our people of this country. In closing, Chairperson, I would like to remind you about the special meaning of this season. No matter where you derive it, importance, and all, we know that this is where we take time to focus on giving back, being with our family, and most importantly, being joyful. On behalf of the IFP, I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And remind you, honorable members, whatever you do, don't overdo it. Do to the limit. I thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Detroit.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Geagte voorsitter, agbare lede. Dit is 'n voorreg om vandag voor julle te kan staan en terug te kyk op 'n jaar en wat ons kan herken dat ten spyte van al die uitdagings wat alle Suid-Afrikaners tot dusver gehad het, alles ten goeie meegewerk het. Die VF+ bedank graag al die personeel by die tafel, die vertaaldienste, vir hulle hoflikheid en die werk wat hulle gedoen het. Ons waardeer dit. Numerous challenges were encountered this year. We witnessed a year where SOEs reached a corruption climax, while appointed, elected, deployed cadres just shrugged their shoulders in disbelief. 2019 was plagued with service delivery protests, the people turning on themselves, blaming other people for problems they caused themselves. 2019 will be known as a year when the first former minister was arrested for alleged fraudulent activities. 2019 was a year when the plight of violence against women and children was debated on a national level, but government failed to declare murders on both black and white farmers as a priority crime for the 25th year in a row. Agbare voorsitter, Suid-Afrika is die spreekwoordelike krummetartboom op hierdie pragtige kontinent, waarvan die blare nuwe asem in Afrika kan blaas, waarvan die hoë takke beskerming in tye van verwarring kan bied, waarvan die bas kenmerkend gehard is teen die kontinent se aanslag, waarvan die wortels diep in die rooi Afrika grond beer om te delf vir die lewegewende soet water wat diep lê om dit op te slurp, teen die ooglopende ongenaakbare gloed wat dit omring, soos 'n nederige reus bo die omstandighede uit te troon. Voorsitter, Suid-Afrikaners is soos daardie boom. Spreekwoordelike uitgevrete olifante skuur en beskadig die stam, maar die gewikkel veroorsaak dat ons wortels as gevolg van die seer kry, net dieper in ons kultuur en delf, net om te besef dat ons hier is vir 'n rede. Ander kan met afguns en jaloesie en haat na ons kyk, en dit is dan wanneer die volgende woorde waar word. No man can make you inferior without your own consent. You determine how people treat you. There is still hope. There is more hope. Vroeger vanjaar het ek een oggend baie vroeg, mismoedig na afloop van voorslepende protesaksies in die land, na 'n program op Radio Kansel geluister. Die oproeper het met 'n duidelike, hoorbare stem oor die liggolwe laat weer garm en gesê: "Waarom is jy mismoedig? Het die liewe Vader jou nie waardig geag om in hierdie tyd te leef nie?" Toe tref dit my opnuut. Ons is hier om mekaar se laste te dra, om gemeenskappe met trots te dien. Hierdie boodskap is vir elke Suid-Afrikaner. We as politicians have a duty to serve and protect our people. Dankie aan elke Suid-Afrikaner wat jul hoop in ons as politici gestel het. Dankie vir die voorreg wat ons het om vir julle te mag veg. Dankie dat julle en julle eie en julle kinders se toekoms in ons hande plaas en dit aan ons toevertrou. Ons besef die omvang vir die verantwoordelikheid. In closing, Chair, gelukkig is ons nie alleen in hierdie stryd nie. We have a duty and a privilege. There is a truth, and the truth is in Hebrews 13 verse 5. I will never leave you, and I will never forsake you. That is what the Lord told us. Namens die VN+, geseënde Christusfees, geniet die tydjie af. Dankie.
Thank you very much. Chief Whip of the NCOP.
Thanks, Chairperson, special delegates and honorable members. We have arrived at a time of the year where we should go our separate ways and join our families for the festivities that this period brings until early 2020. Well, this is both a moment of joy and somehow some kind of discomfort, sadness a little bit, because we are going to be isolated from our youth colleagues, friends, and comrades. I mean, for instance, I'm going to personally miss, where's Makausi? I'll miss Honorable Makausi. She's not here. But I miss her for some good reasons, because of her fear and anxiety. Of course, when she sees the house is full house, that all members are here, and she feels some kind of discomfort when she sees special delegates. And for some reason was asking that they must be introduced who they are. I must say, honorable members, the first time I saw Honorable Tim and Honorable Ditoid and their physical presence, I felt some discomfort that, hey, engaging them, and when you differ, it looks like things will be a bit rough. But I was told that, I was reminded that, in fact, they are actually very good and humble human beings. And that I have come to realize. So the greater sense of humor also of Comrade Eunice Carey, that's another aspect really that will miss, his ability, even when he couched deep ideological position in jest, of course he's unmatched. So he used that more often and very well, and being so available, particularly being in the ranks of senior political leaders that is forming part of this house. So, honorable members, you all of us know the tendency of the deputy chair to jump into Afrikaans language whenever she's pushed to a corner, while make us chuckle this whole festive season away from corridors of power. Of course, we will remember that. But lastly, I think what I must say is about Honorable Lindiwe Baby, for her deep love for and strong command of beautiful language, isiZulu. She embodies a concrete expression of the beauty that resides in our indigenous languages. More often we'll say, Chair, iKwaZulu Natalia is egg. But also I want to say, to wish her all the best and the best of luck, because she will go through a procedure on the 17th of December when many of us are going through the festive season. So on behalf of this house, we wish her success, that the procedure be a successful one. And Honorable Chairperson, last year during the similar moment, I had an honor to stand here and exchange farewell messages with my colleagues. As I stand here today, once more, out of the total 54 members, permanent delegates of the NCOP, then only 16 have come back after the 6 national elections. Whilst this is a strategic setback to the NCOP in terms of the rich stock of institutional memory, it has also presented a golden opportunity for the renewal and new thinking. This is profoundly critical for organizational change, transformation and development of the NCOP as a catalyst for sound intergovernmental relations and integrated cooperative governance that is entrenched in our constitutional democracy. This begs for a fundamental question that all of us must ponder, and that question is, can we look back at these first 6 months of the 6th Democratic Parliament with a great sense of pride and confidence about the future that lies ahead? After serving with you for the past 6 months, I'm convinced that South Africa will have a better tomorrow. This is not just my belief, it's the beating heart of our dream of a united and prosperous country, our bold determination to transcend the legacy of our painful apartheid past. I have a strong belief that we are all willing to work harder to build consciousness among all South Africans across all racial groups, that we are all created equal, endowed by a creator with certain unalienable rights, among them life, equality, and progress. First and foremost, the story of the NCOP in the first 6 months can only be summed up in 4 words, namely, the strategic repositioning, the internal reorganization, the radical action, and learning. If we don't appreciate that we are a learning organization, surely, clearly, we'll be undermining the development. At the core of this was very good things I've said about you. At the core of this was making sense of strategic priorities of the 6th Democratic Parliament, which culminated into strategic planning session. We have realigned our organizational structure with broad strategic vision and priorities of the 6th Democratic Administration. Accordingly, members have been subjected to various kinds of training, as is been mentioned. Members have demonstrated a great sense of zealousness and urgency in interrogating the executive through questions in the plenary debates as it relates to fundamental issues affecting our provinces and our people. We must admit, members, we have been stronger in terms of dealing with questions in the House and the scheduling of questions. And Honorable Labuskagen is correct. And we have not struck a balance in terms of the debates on other issues in the House. So that's correct, but it's the first 6 months. So we should be a learning organization. We need to look back in the first 6 months and improve when we come back. Chairperson, we have also witnessed qualitative improvements in the inter-party dialogue and cooperation, which accounts not only for improved decorum of the House, but most importantly, the smooth political management of the institution at different levels. I am able to communicate with my counterparts, share what should be on the agenda of the House, and accordingly agree and disagree and find common ground in terms of what must be dealt with. And I appreciate the maturity of the political leaders in this House. This is what we mean when we say our democracy is exceptional. Not that it has been flawless, but that we have shown the capacity to change and make life better for our people. This is critical in the evolution of our constitutional democracy. As we have said in 2019 budget debates, that the greatest threat of democracy in the 21st century lies in two interrelated tendencies that must be confronted: blind majoritarianism and blind opposition. We must defeat a political tendency where the majority rely on its numerical strength to impose decisions on minority. Similarly, opposition parties must guard against the tendency to oppose for the sake of opposing, even when progress is made. So, Honorable Chairperson, please allow me to boldly claim that we are proud of the first 6 months and confident of the future. The future is not something isolated, but has its birth pangs in what we do today. We have benefited most greatly from the rich stock of experience, knowledge, and leadership of our two presiding officers, Honorable Chairperson Amos Masondo and Sylvia Lucas. As we go to our respective provinces, it is perhaps critical for us to think about the state of our economy and how we are going to contribute towards building solid blocks for its strengthening. Our economic growth has decelerated because of declining global competitiveness. Working together with government, we must find ways to maintain macroeconomic stability, tackle the rising public debt, deal with inefficiencies in the state-owned enterprises, and control spending pressures. Although significant progress has been made, we know that the revelations of corruption and malfeasance in government institutions, as witnessed from audit outcomes and various commissions of inquiry, paint a disturbing image of our institutions. The rule of law is paramount. We need to come back energized to fight these tendencies and ensure that culprits are brought to book. Lastly, gender-based violence has become one of the most pervasive and yet least recognized human rights abuse in the world. We need to work harder as a country to combat this demon of gender-based violence, even as we will be sitting at home during festive season. It is critical that women and children are safe in our country. When societies don't value women and their well-being, the entire community suffer and generations are mired in all kinds of problems. In bidding you farewell, members, please allow me to extend a warm word of gratitude to the leaders of various political parties represented in this House, our two House chairpersons, provincial whips, and chairpersons of select committees, which constitute a very important layer of leadership of Parliament. All members, our support staff, a special word of gratitude to all these great House assistants. You know Mr. Vincent here, when he comes here, Honorable Chairperson, you also even able to mimic him exactly. Moira, Frick, Erasmus, Brent, Jonathan, February, I have no doubt, without this service staff would amount to nothing without them. And I must say, honorable members, even the support staff, the table staff, for procedure from time to time. At times we are chaotic, and we have to rely to their sober counsel through the presiding officers. My office staff for professionalism as a chief whip of the institution, having to liaise with all parties consistently all the time without fail. Mr. Zaman Vulani does that exceptionally well. Lastly, a word of gratitude and camaraderie to Comrade Pemi Majodini, the chief whip of the majority party. Comrade Chief Whip, thank you for holding us together and for providing strategically ANC caucus and in parliament here and guidance. Working with you has indeed been a great source of both delight and honor. I wish all of us a safe journey back home, happy Christmas, prosperous New Year. We meet next year. Some of the issues that are flagged is not for the debates today, but are the issues that we have to deal with them when we come back. Ke a leboha.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. Just a few words, really. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable House Chairpersons, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Members. Today marks the end of a short but very intense first part of the journey into the belly of the 6th Parliament. We have indeed a long and circuitous journey ahead, which we must navigate carefully. It will require a great resolve and a requisite character. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, we entered the 6th Parliament knowing fully well the challenges we face as a nation. South Africa remains a highly unequal society where too many people continue to live in poverty. The country continues to experience lower economic growth, as we all know, and rising unemployment. Our society cries out for gender equality and emancipation. Also, and alarmingly, too many of our youth are not participating in the economy. All these issues are worsened by an economy that is not growing and the pressure on our government to continue to serve the ever-growing needs of the populace. However, as public representatives, our task in a treacherous nautical expedition is to steer the ship in the right direction, right up to its destination, steadying it through whirling winds while taking extreme care not to hit the pie. This requires a leadership acumen, agility, and steadfastness second to none. Hence our long and circuitous journey ahead, which we must navigate carefully without seeking instant gratification. As I said at the point of accepting the role of leading this House, to which I will remain indebted to you and my political organization, the African National Congress, quote, "The time for speeches and empty promises is over," close quote. I went further to say, quote, "It is evident that as Parliament, we have made good policies and passed good laws in the past 25 years of democracy. What we have not done that well, however, as the legislative sector, have been to ensure the systematic implementation of these laws and policies to the benefit of our people," close quote. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, we must, without the slightest prevarication, be happy with what we have achieved in the period of just over 6 months in office, as has been indicated by other speakers. It is a solid foundation for the work we must do in the pursuit of fundamental change. We have set up structures to undertake the work of this House in pursuit of its constitutional mandate. We have elected leadership to lead these structures, and we commend them for their work. We have been on the ground to conduct oversight and have asked as many and specific questions to ensure accountability by the executive. Overall, we are indeed on course in carrying out our constitutional responsibilities to serve all our people and indeed all of our country. One of the tasks we must conclude early in the new year is the finalization of the policy imperatives and the strategic plan of Parliament. This work is at an advanced stage, and these instruments will help us to chart the strategic direction for the institution in this term. We also need to increase our involvement in local government through our integrated oversight exercise so that we can contribute to integrate development. There must be alignment among the different spheres of government with regard to our policy choices and implementation. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, these are not interesting times economically. We must therefore promote frugality among South Africans, and research points out that South Africa, with one of the worst savings rates in the world of just 15.4% of gross domestic product, GDP, has more of a debt culture than a savings one. Festive cheers must therefore not be followed by self-induced grief. It is now a moment to bid one another farewell. As a specific author, Paulo Coelho suggests, quote, if you are brave enough to say goodbye, life will reward you with a new hello, close quote. May you fully enjoy the festive break. May you be safe on the roads, at sea, in the air, and everywhere else. When you come back, please continue to extend the reach of the sweet and lovely smells of the collaboration and comradeship that were beginning to waft through the chambers as the year neared the end. It could be our defining feature, building a non-antagonistic relations without compromising accountability and meaningful oversight. Amani kahle, samani hantle. Thank you very much. Honorable members, we have come to the end of the sitting. So one request that we remain standing until procession has left the chamber. But as we do that, let us note that the buses outside will be leaving in 10 minutes. And members must note that and act accordingly. Thank you very much.